Coroners Court is now sitting.
Thank you for that additional time this morning.
Not at all.
Just have a quick conference with the witness, just to facilitate the flow of today's proceedings.
Yes.
The first witness is Ms. Emma Cardwell, and Ms. Martois will be examining that witness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honour. I think Ms. Cardwell is in court. Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do. I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. You're welcome to remove your mask if that's more comfortable.
Ms. Cardwell, could I just ask you to state for the record your full name?
Emma Louise Cardwell.
And you have prepared a statement for His Honour in these proceedings dated the 24th of July 2022?
Correct.
And would it be correct to say that in preparing that statement, you prepared it over a number of days?
Correct.
And gave it some thought in your efforts to, as best as you could, recall and accurately reflect your memory of your time at Newmarch House?
Yes.
In terms of, and it was the case, wasn't it, that you worked at Newmarch House for a period of time, namely over a 16-day period?
Correct.
I'd just like to, before I go to the specifics of your time there, could I just ask you, your statement outlines that you are a registered nurse?
Yes, I am.
Now, there's a distinction, isn't there, or a grading in nursing? Can you tell us what is the difference between an enrolled nurse and a registered nurse?
Enrolled nurses have a TAFE qualification predominantly, and a registered nurse has attended university. However, that was a change in the last, I think, 20 years. It used to be hospital training, so you could be a registered nurse and have had hospital training.
So you'll find some of the nurses who were trained a few decades ago may carry the title of registered nurse but don't have university degrees, is that correct?
Correct.
But the recent trend is that to hold the title registered nurse, you have to be trained at university.
Correct.
And can you tell us what is the difference between a registered nurse, an enrolled nurse, and an assistant in nursing?
Assistant in nursing may have a certificate. They may have done some sort of certificate level training where they may be called an AIN, maybe a carer, and they provide care around activities of daily living, which may be sort of meeting the basic needs of a person, washing, bathing, maybe in aged care, delivering pre-dispensed medications, feeding people. Enrolled nurses can have a qualification where they can administer medication. So they may deliver, so they'll, do observations, and they may interpret them and make clinical judgments and make interventions based on what they're seeing. And a registered nurse, the expectation is that they've got a higher level of clinical knowledge and make higher level decisions around the care of a person.
And in terms of, we also see involved in the care at Newmarch a clinical nurse or clinical nurse consultants. You're familiar with that term?
Yes.
Is it correct that a clinical nurse consultant can prescribe medication along with administering certain medications along with administering medication?
Not a clinical nurse consultant, to my understanding. That would be a nurse practitioner. They have prescribing rights, but clinical nurse consultants usually play more of a governance role, in my experience, in guiding care and ensuring care is high level and meets, is evidence-based and appropriate.
You have an additional training, don't you, in that you have a graduate certificate in critical care?
I do.
And you had that graduate certificate at the time that you were working at Newmarch?
Yes, that's correct.
What did that additional training give you? What was it focused on?
A graduate certificate in critical care is looking at sort of the specific nursing that you would do in a critical care environment. So you have sort of enhanced understanding of pathophysiology, pharmacology, disease processes, and decision making in highly acute settings. But there is an understanding that when you're in those settings, you're using a lot of equipment, or you have a lot of information that you're using to guide your decision making in those situations.
Is it focused upon the care being delivered in an intensive care unit?
Yeah.
Or
yes. Yeah, emergency departments, high dependency units, maybe cardiac care units. That may be areas where you'd use that.
And in your time at Newmarch, did you come across any other nurse who had the equivalent certificate of training that you had?
Not in conversations that we had. It wasn't something I asked of people. I was there as a registered nurse and didn't inquire specifically to people's qualifications.
And in the 3 years preceding the outbreak at Newmarch, you worked as an intensive care nurse, that's correct? And was it 3 years exclusively in the ICU ward, or the ICU ward and the emergency department ward?
Intensive care.
And did you work on a general ward at all from time to time?
No, I also was working casually in aged care, so a very different environment, so outside of the acute care setting.
And you were at a large teaching hospital, Royal North Shore Hospital, that's correct? And one of the benefits of that, I take it, is that you had extensive senior people around you for purposes of teaching and training.
Yes.
Would you agree with me, Ms Cardwell, that it's fair to say that when you entered Newmarch House, based on your experience until then, you had greater skills in many respects than registered nurses who had only ever dealt with a non-acute setting or a non-acute ward in a hospital?
It's hard to say because I didn't speak to staff specifically about their degrees and their expertise, but aged care and intensive care are very different environments. But I had some experience and I had started having training around coronavirus, which was the purpose that I was there for, and that sort of, in light of that, in relation to coronavirus, I had some understanding of what to expect and what that may look like, for people who were coronavirus positive.
You tell us in your statement at paragraph 10 that that experience had come as a result of working at Royal North Shore Hospital in the ICU, on the ICU ward, correct?
Yes. So we were preparing, all acute hospitals were preparing based on what we were seeing overseas for the sort of arrival of lots of COVID positive patients to the hospitals and needing to care for them. So we had started preparing for that.
So prior to 12 April, when you commenced your first shift at Newmarch, had you treated any COVID positive patients at North Shore?
Yes, because that was the reason I'd stopped working casually for Anglicare, was that we'd seen some COVID positive patients in my substantive role in the hospital that I was working, and we felt that it was not appropriate, mutually myself and the facility manager, that it was not appropriate that I be working with COVID positive patients and then coming into such a vulnerable environment. So we made that agreement together.
And are you making reference there to what's in your statement with respect to your aged care role with the Brian King Gardens?
Yes, I am.
Did you work there in a one-on-one care situation with a resident, or were you working?
Brian King Gardens?
Yes.
No, at Brian King Gardens, the registered nurses would look after usually a floor of residents, which could be up to 68 residents
Up to
68 residents if they had all the rooms occupied, and they would look after them in conjunction with the care staff.
So moving back to the ICU ward at Royal North Shore and your experience with COVID positive patients, were you observing elderly people coming into the ICU ward?
Not me personally. I had cared for a gentleman, if I recall correctly, in about his 60s. And in Australia, we saw a very sort of slow presentation in our facility of COVID positive patients in the intensive care unit. That's my only the only ward that I work in at the hospital is intensive care, so I can only speak to my experience there, but we hadn't seen a lot of people because Australia had lots of restrictions in place quite early to sort of mitigate the risk of COVID.
And in terms of that experience with with that man, was it the case that he was intubated?
Correct.
And were there others on the ward, in the ICU ward, who were intubated as a result of being COVID positive or presenting with that?
I don't recall because in acute care you worked shifts and a range of shifts, and you may sort of have periods where you're not working we work 12-hour shifts, so I may not have been at work for up to a week sometimes. So there could have been people in the facility that I wasn't aware of, so I can't really speak to that specifically.
You said earlier on that you did have some experience with coronavirus. What is it that you'd learned through your time in the ICU ward prior to walking into Newmarch in relation to COVID or treating COVID positive patients?
The definitions of how coronavirus was transmitted was was dynamic. It was changing. We weren't sure if it was airborne, droplet, and that was changing regularly with different information coming out. But that looking after people with airborne illnesses or droplet illnesses that can be transmitted in those ways, you have to wear personal protective equipment. So that doesn't change enormously. That COVID patient, yes, that was new for us in acute care. We hadn't seen COVID, but we've looked after influenza A patients, patients with other viruses, where the processes of donning and doffing personal protective equipment is quite a sort of comfortable process for staff, but there's always some acute changes that are made depending on what you're nursing and what your protective equipment should be and your processes around nursing them. So that was sort of a dynamic, that what we were doing was quite dynamic and did change sort of weeks and days. It could change based on advice we were getting given, but I was comfortable with sort of those processes from having looked after other patients that needed similar levels of infection control procedures.
Would it be fair to summarise and say that because of your previous experience before you walked into Newmarch, donning and doffing was something that you were well familiar with?
Yes, that would be fair.
And is it fair to say that you understood the underlying principles with respect to why it was so important to do both those processes in a proper, it's almost mechanical manner, isn't it?
Yeah, that would be fair. I was comfortable with that, yes.
In fact, in your statement, you tell us that you didn't want to drain the system by constantly testing yourself because you were confident that you were skilled, and dare I say it, highly skilled in the donning and doffing of PPE.
Yeah, the swabbing there was also other elements to that. There was recommendations that we were being given, but I was confident in my processes around personal protective equipment.
And in terms of, it's not automatic, is it, to get the processes perfect or near perfect every time?
Yeah, I think it's muscle memory. You do it the first few times and, it's clunky, and then you do it repeatedly and it's second nature.
And in your observation, it would be correct to say, wouldn't it, that some of the staff you were working alongside at Newmarch House, in particular the care staff, the donning and doffing and the extent of it was a new process to them, wasn't it?
Yes.
In relation to your 7 shifts, you believed it was 7 shifts at Newmarch House. What was the ratio on the shifts that you worked with respect to a registered nurse to a resident?
It's tricky to answer because we did practice sort of a clean, dirty approach to nursing the residents, which was to try and mitigate the risk to the negative residents. So identifying a team of staff to look after the positive residents, who only looked after the positive residents. I can recall when I initially arrived, there was only 2 residents who I looked after, so that was a 1-to-2 ratio. So that is actually a very high ratio in sort of the scheme of nursing anyone anywhere. That's sort of the equivalent of what you would see in a high dependency or intensive care unit. But as there were more positive cases, obviously there was dilution of the staff to residents because there was more positive residents to care for.
Firstly, is your memory that the number of positives escalated almost overnight?
Yeah, and I don't know if that was the product of sort of the testing we had at the time. It was a lot slower than what we have now, and so I'm not sure if we got a whole lot of positive results at once because there was sort of broad, wide-ranging testing. And they all came back at once, so they, may have been a slower spread of virus through the facility, but I can't speak to sort of how that...
And in terms of going back to the question as to the ratio between registered nurses and residents, was that a dynamic factor?
It was because the staffing was tricky. Staff that were familiar with the facility had become positive or were put into isolation as close contacts. So there was very few staff, if any, that were actually regular to the facility. And then the staff that maybe had planned to show up sometimes wouldn't show up for shifts for different reasons. So, there was clearly a lot of effort on behalf of Anglicare based on the communication that I was privy to, trying to obtain staff from within Anglicare and from outside Anglicare through agencies or other organisations that would provide staff to them. But whether that actually came to fruition is sort of another issue.
And I take it that the days blur in terms of what the ratio was of nurse to resident or carer to nurse to resident. Is that?
That's correct. That's correct.
In a hospital ward, what is the ratio of registered nurse to resident?
To patient in hospital could again vary depending on the acuity of the ward. In sort of an acute facility working in intensive care, which is where I work, it could be 1-to-1 or 1-to-2.
Subacute in a subacute ward, for example, a respiratory ward?
It might be 1-to-4 or 1-to-8, depends. Again, yeah.
I take it you've never heard of a situation where it's 1-to-20.
Well, as I said, in subacute, not to my knowledge, no, but in aged care, as I said, you might have one registered nurse to a large number of residents supplemented by people with other qualifications.
And in aged care, the individual is seen as a resident, not a patient, correct? And that's why the ratio is different.
Yeah, there's an understanding that people have gone into aged care because they may have life-limiting conditions or they may need assistance with their activities of daily living where they're no longer safe to do that in their home. And so they go there and that becomes their home and they're treated as such. They're made to feel comfortable and it's not intended to be an acute environment.
And in relation to not intended to be an acute environment, were you aware at some point in time that Newmarch was operating under a hospital in the home model with its COVID positive patients?
Yes.
In terms of your attendance at work every day, in your mind, did you feel you were entering into an aged care facility to deal with residents, or did you feel that you were entering into a surrogate hospital ward to deal with COVID positive patients?
I don't
Or did you turn your mind to the distinction?
I don't think I had an explicit conversation about that. My recollection is of when I agreed to be part of a surge workforce with Anglicare, that the conversation was always that we don't know how this is going to look. The situation could be one resident in one facility and never go any further, or it could be an entire facility, we don't know. So our approach to it will be considered at the time when we have the information to make an informed decision. And when I went out there, I don't think I went very early. I don't want to say I was the first person that went there, but that's my recollection, that I was the only person as part of the surge team that was the first person in that surge team to go. And I don't recall having a conversation about the explicit model of care that was going to be delivered.
With anyone at any stage?
I remember hearing bits of information, but I was there to do a job, which was to be doing the practical, doing that practical role. There were other people doing the management sort of role, and who I understood to be driving that process around what it looked like and what sort of model of care was being implemented. But I was told at some point that we were doing hospital in the home, but that was being done by NAP, and I wasn't part of the hospital in the home team.
Did you have any experience previously with what hospital in the home, that model of care looked like, or how it was delivered?
No, my experience in aged care would be with a post-acute care team, where they would come out to see residents who had been in an acute facility and who had ongoing need for antibiotics or fluids potentially, and the nurses would come from that local hospital on as part of their regime of whatever the resident needed, daily antibiotics, twice daily antibiotics, and deliver those antibiotics to them. So that was my experience of hospital in the home, but that was not in an acute sort of environment. That was on a day-to-day.
Can I ask you, in terms of nursing care, one of the classic features of a nurse's ability to deliver care is based on their ability to make observations, isn't it, of the patient? And in terms of observations, one of the classic features is to take their vital signs.
Correct.
And by vital signs, are we on the same page, so to speak? Vital signs are temperature, heart rate, blood pressure, oxygen saturation levels?
Yes, in an acute hospital, yes.
And respiratory rate?
Yes.
And in the context of what you knew about COVID-19 in April of 2020, or in fact influenza, those vital signs are all relevant, aren't they, to monitoring the progression of a patient's virus?
Yep.
In terms of hospital care, observations are taken by registered nurses, is that correct?
Yeah, they can be taken by registered nurses. They can be taken by assistants in nursing, but the expectation is the enrolled or the registered nurse interprets those results and should look at them in a timely manner. And then if there's any concerns, they should actually go and repeat them themselves, because they, may be able to, it may have been an error in taking those vital signs. And so going and sort of confirming they are what they are might be a part of someone's practice.
And I take it in terms of when you work alongside a carer who is, or an AIN who is able to take those vitals, you start to learn whether or not that person does have the skill set to take them accurately. In terms of the degree to which you check the results of the work of somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes team nursing is practice and the person's doing it in your presence. There might be multiple tasks to do in the, in that space. And so you may be doing it as a team. So the person may actually be there while someone's doing just the technical process of putting equipment on and getting it going so that the results are sort of achieved in a timely manner.
It's also a key aspect of nursing, isn't it, that you record the results from your observations, namely you make a record of the vital signs.
Correct.
And have you also observed that doctors or clinicians or VMOs or consultants will do the same, that they'll make a record of vital signs or observations that they themselves make or take?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
And I think the primary purpose, I take it, is firstly to see patterns in a patient's presentation.
Yeah, it's to see patterns, it's to look for abnormalities that you may want to intervene in action. You may want to ask questions, you may want to escalate to someone more senior or who can initiate further tests or investigations, or who may interpret them because they've got a higher level of knowledge and then, explain why that abnormality may exist.
Can I show you a document? And it's titled the Standard Adult General Observation Chart. It'll come up on the screen.
Reference? Is there a brief reference? Not the brief, is it?
I take it, Ms. Caldwell, you are very familiar with this chart.
Yeah, I am, but not as familiar as some other nurses because this is used on a ward and in intensive care. We use a different sort of observation system, but it's familiar to me, yes.
Yeah, and I take it you were trained in relation to its use and its relevance.
Correct.
Firstly, would you agree with me? It's a standard form that you'll see across almost any hospital in New South Wales.
Correct.
And what we've got there on the first page are vital signs, in effect.
Yes.
So you've got airway breathing, and there's an ability there to measure oxygen, saturation and respiratory rate.
Correct.
Lower down, the circulation, where you've got your heart rate and your blood pressure.
Yeah.
On the other side, pain.
Yeah.
Bowels, blood glucose and weight.
Correct.
The chart always appears as a coloured chart, doesn't it? Namely, it's what's known as the between the flags. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And in colloquial terms, it's a fantastic cheat sheet for any nurse to give them an indication as to when perhaps the signs or the vital signs of any patient are troubling.
Yes.
So the yellow zone has a meaning and the red zone has a meaning?
It does, and it will initiate some sort of action in an acute hospital of some sort of review of the patient to sort of, as I said, might be to, lead to more interventions, or it might lead to just increased monitoring, or it might lead to accepting that that is normal for that person and then sort of widening the flags to account for that, so they're not triggering continual reviews.
So if you just turn to the second page of this chart, you see at the top of the second page of the chart on the left, in the left-hand column, it has the altered calling criteria, and under that there is a prescribed frequency of observations. Do you have that point on the page?
I do.
And what's recorded under that is that observations must be performed routinely, at least 6 hourly, unless advised below.
Correct.
Is that, you're familiar with that as being a standard level of observation, namely at least 4 times a day in a 24-hour period? And if it's anything less than that, that form seems to indicate that a doctor needs to sign off on that direction. If they use the word prescribed frequency, is it your understanding that it is quite prescriptive, namely observations being taken 4 times within a 24-hour period at a minimum? And I take it in the ICU ward, it's far more frequent than that.
Correct.
In terms of over on the right, in the right-hand column, the yellow zone response, it tells us, doesn't it, that the trend, you see under the point 2, if you're in the yellow zone, that what's required, in fact what's mandated, is that you have to repeat and increase the frequency of your observations. And also escalate up, namely to a nurse, the nurse in charge for a clinical review. That's fairly standard procedure, isn't it?
Yes.
There's then consideration given, isn't there, to whether or not the trend in the observations suggest deterioration.
Yes.
And that's one of the main purposes for taking observation, or making observations and recording vital signs, isn't it? It's a safety net to catch a patient and perhaps to catch them before they reach a point of no return.
Yes.
So the earlier you monitor them and the frequency of that, the greatest chance you have, don't you, of catching them before they go down a path of no return.
Yes, that is the ideal purpose of the between the flags.
And in terms of the, if you just look under the next bolded heading, additional yellow zone criteria, one of the responses when you're in the yellow zone is to increase the oxygen required.
No, that's actually saying, I think if they've got an increasing oxygen requirement, so someone's saturations may stay the same, but you may be turning up the oxygen, they're having to maintain it. And so that actually indicates that although the observation might look reasonable, that you're actually treating it now and that something is going wrong.
Yeah,
and
so
that you might want to intervene.
Investigate. So just because the reading's good, the underlying issue may not have been resolved.
Yes, what are you doing to make it look good? And that's usually you would react to something if someone's oxygen saturations, for example, are low. Leaving the room and not increasing them may lead to, doing something about it might lead to further deterioration. So you would treat it, but you shouldn't treat it and accept that if the result is good and has had a good impact on the person you're treating, to leave it, you need to go and escalate that to someone appropriate so they can consider why that might have, why the oxygen levels might have gone down and why they now have an oxygen requirement.
It basically asks you to critically think about what's going on here.
It does.
And in terms of, with oxygen saturation levels, it's anything below 90%, isn't it? Or it can vary depending on the age.
It can vary depending on clinical conditions, and that would be probably better for a doctor or a sort of medical doctor to speak to, but there are reasons that we may accept someone having lower saturations, which might be a long-term clinical condition, and so it's not a one-size-fits-all, but yes, they have just made a determination in this form, but it doesn't make you ask questions, and then if there's a reasonable explanation for why someone's saturations might be lower, then at least the conversation's been had and something's not been missed.
If we look at page 1 and just the yellow and red zone alongside SPO/percentage, that's saturation levels, isn't it?
Correct.
That seems to suggest, isn't it, that if you're below 95 as a standard analysis, you're in the yellow zone, and if you're below 90, you're in the red zone.
Correct.
But you say, of course, there's some variations there depending on a number of factors. But what it requires is a critical analysis of that fact.
Yes.
Of that reading.
Think about why it may be, and maybe look into someone's records and trends and ask questions.
And likewise, in terms of the red zone, there's a mandated response to a red zone, isn't there?
Correct.
Now, it's correct to say, isn't it, that that standard observation chart, there was not the equivalent, that chart certainly didn't exist at Newmarch House in terms of assisting nurses with their care during the period of the outbreak?
No, there was no observation chart. There's an observation chart within their EMR system, which is an electronic medical record system. There's a line listing, which public health require when an outbreak has occurred, but that doesn't sort of have, if I can't quite recall, but I don't think it has any stipulations on normal and abnormal on it.
I'm going to come to a few of the medical records and charts from Newmarch, but firstly, do you have a memory of seeing a vital signs chart and making entries in that?
On the EMR system, I recall. I can't recall that there was some other sort of database system. No.
And you've just made reference to a line listing which was required during an outbreak. Can you just tell us what you mean by that?
It usually comes from the public health department in that area health district. It can happen when there's an outbreak of influenza or gastro in a, and I'm not sure if they're specific to residential aged care facilities, but that's my experience of them. And it looks at this sort of symptoms that person may be experiencing in relation to whatever illness it is that you're managing as part of the outbreak. So gastroenteritis outbreak, you'd be looking at bowel motions and vomiting and the number of incidences that someone may or may not have had, and that's reported back.
So do you say that the COVID outbreak would have sparked some automatic requirement upon all caregivers to start recording certain signs as compared to others?
I'm not sure of the processes that sort of instigate that happening, but I recall it from working as a registered nurse in an aged care facility and equally as a carer in aged care, having to fill those out. And I recall having to fill it out at a point in time at Newmarch, but I can't recall if it was every shift or if it was instigated after I'd done a couple of shifts. I can't recall.
But is it a form? Is a standard form with a standard title to it, or do you have a visual memory of what it is you filled out?
I think it was a paper-based form, but I can't recall more than that.
And was it required? Did you understand that it was a requirement to fill that form out for each and every resident that you were caring for?
I think it was for the positive residents, which were the only residents that I cared for.
And do you believe that form, a copy, was also placed on the clinical records for that resident?
I'm not sure because the nature of the staffing at Newmarch House was there were quite a lot of different staff from different organisations, and not everyone, to my mind, had the same sort of level of understanding of the different reporting instruments that were being used in that outbreak specifically. In my experience prior to Newmarch, my experience of doing a line listing was that it was filled out as sort of a single document and given to the clinical managers, who then I think provided it back to public health. But then, you would repeat the documentation on the EMR or the electronic chart for the facility as well, because that was just, you've got the observations that you've taken and you would replicate them into the reporting for the facility.
And do you have any memory of what the markers were what observations had to be recorded. You've told us in a gastro outbreak you have to record bowels. For the COVID, do you have any recollection as to what markers were mandated in relation to filling out that form?
I think,
Where it was respiratory rate?
yes, it was, I think it was,
Saturation?
yeah, temperature, I think.
Objectors, perhaps we let the witness give the evidence.
Sorry.
I think it was temperature. You might look, I think it might have asked about whether the patient, the resident, sorry, had was coughing. Yeah, I can't entirely recall, but it's not sort of a standard observation chart of observations as you're sort of you've shown in the chart.
And before you and can I just ask, in terms of, you say that you have a memory of filling out some of these forms, and do you recall who it was that asked you to fill out the forms?
I don't recall who it was. I think it was something that I was aware of from like a shift handover. So coming on to shift and receiving handover from the nurses on shift. I worked predominantly night shifts. And I recall those conversations and practices would traditionally be put into place on a day shift when, in business hours. That's just the way. People don't usually instigate things overnight like that. And I think I was just handed over the fact that we were doing that.
Coming back to your employment then at Newmarch, did you attend some training before you commenced? I think in paragraph 11 of your statement, you say that your memory is that you did and that you did sometime in April.
Yes, that's correct. I said earlier that I'd stopped working there due to the risk given my other employment. But then Anglicare was being quite proactive in trying to establish a team that would attend to an outbreak if that happened. So they had put out an expression of interest, which I had put myself forward for, given that I was happy working with patients with coronavirus. And they organised a training in which they brought in an external expert, if you will, to give training on what we knew about coronavirus at that point in time, which was very early on in the pandemic. And to give training on personal protective equipment. And it was at that training where Anglicare acknowledged that they wouldn't know what, if a situation happened, what it would look like, and they would, there'd be more specific sort of processes in place when they knew what they were going to have to manage.
So we've got some evidence that says on the 7th and 8th of April there was a training session.
Correct.
Does that sound about the time period in April that you went to a training session?
Yes.
And that training session went for about 3.5 hours?
Correct.
That training session was mandated for all surge workforce?
Correct.
And that training session covered the basic principles of infection control as well as hand hygiene?
Correct.
And would you agree with the description that it covered the basic principles? Do you agree with that
Yes.
it was basic?
Look, it was what we knew it was reflective of what I was doing at the hospital, whether it was basic or not. There was nothing to my mind that could have, what they taught us about personal protective equipment and hand hygiene was consistent with what we were learning in an acute care setting.
And because had you attended training in the pandemic context at Royal North Shore as a refresher at all in relation to its new context?
There was different deliveries of education. There was online learning, but there was also face-to-face learning. But this was also very early on in the pandemic. So there was a dynamic nature to what we were being taught, and so there may have been small sort of revisions to what we had maybe been educated on in the month prior, with evolving information.
But your opinion was that it was certainly comparable what Anglicare was delivering here in terms of a training session to its surge workforce.
I think so. I think they had made a pragmatic and proactive decision to try and prepare, and I think their acknowledgement that they couldn't sort of have added more to the training because they didn't know what it was going to look like. And I think that is a fair assessment of, this was COVID was unprecedented. We have seen respiratory illnesses come through Australia before, but, they didn't know what it was going to look like. They didn't know what facility it may have happened in. So to make a sort of in-depth plan to a surge workforce about what their function was going to be and what they were going to do, if they were deployed, would have probably been sort of unnecessary at that point in time, to my mind.
Did you have an ability to have a conversation with anybody else at the training session to get any type of understanding as to the skill set of the others who were present at the training session?
We went around and introduced ourselves and what we did, and there was a bit of a mix of staff. If I recall, I couldn't tell you what the breakdown was, but people did different roles. There was someone in communications or administrative sort of role there. There was someone who was in a management role. There was care staff. So there was a mix of staff.
And during that, did you attend any other training prior to your first day at Newmarch?
Not that I don't think so, but it's possible that there was some emailed information, but I think it was to an Anglicare email, which I don't have access to.
So the first day you attended on the 12th of April, was there any type of timely process between when you entered and when you first started seeing residents?
I was called, it was Easter Sunday, I think, and I was called by Felicity or texted and asked if I could go, which I did. And when I got to the facility, I recall that I think it was the facility manager and someone from the administrative side of Newmarch House who were there sort of trying to put things in place around how they were going to manage the situation. And I had sort of a brief, not tour, but, was shown a few bits and pieces of the facility, and then essentially told who the two residents were. I was put in a separate room and asked to nurse the positive resident and the pending resident who had had a swab sent, I think based on symptoms, but hadn't had a result.
And were they in the same wing or in a different wing?
They were in the same wing.
In terms of your experience with advanced care plans, was there any discussion at any stage, either on your first day at work or subsequently, where you were asked firstly to assist in the obtaining or the updating of advanced care plans?
That wasn't something I was personally asked to do. No.
At any stage?
No, I think as a registered nurse, knowing someone's advanced care wishes is part of your job. If you're nursing someone, if someone is for full active measures, if they have limitations as part of the, limits to their care. And that's something that usually is part of a handover.
And in terms of a handover for each of the residents that you cared for at Newmarch, do you recall ever being given a formal handover on, firstly, whether there was an advanced care plan in written form in existence?
I don't recall having an explicit conversation.
And do you recall ever going to the clinical records of any of the residents that you cared for to see whether there was a copy of an advanced care plan on file?
I do recall trying to look, yes.
And when you say recall trying to look, were you successful ever in locating a hard copy of an advanced care plan?
Yes.
And do you recall a particular resident, or whether it was more than one resident, where you were able to locate their advanced care plan?
I can't recall a number for you. I do recall finding them, but I also recall having qualifying conversations based on what I found. This isn't a facility I was familiar with. The residents I was meeting in sort of a tricky environment where we weren't seeing them regularly. And so, you know, I do recall having conversations with a family member, you know, to clarify that what I was reading was in fact correct, and that I was, you know, following a request to not be transferred to hospital, and that was the wishes of the family and the resident.
And when you say you did ask qualifying questions, was that the only occasion with respect to one family member, or do you recall having conversations with others, family members or others, in relation to?
I recall having conversations, you know, with one of the residents, family members who was positive very early on. I believe I had the conversation with Dr. Branley, and we spoke on the phone, and this family was just extremely pragmatic and understanding of the situation. They were incredibly upset, obviously, about their mother having contracted COVID, but they made it quite clear that that was her home and that was where they wanted her cared for. And I, to this day, am always very impressed with that family, because they actually sent me an email after my time there, sort of thanking me and the staff that worked there for looking after her, which I think is very admirable, given what they had to cope with in relation to their mother. And they actually came into the facility, that family, early on. Anglicare approved a visit with this resident's daughter. I can't actually recall if they both came or just one. But, you know, so I had a conversation with them as part of sort of assisting them into the room in protective equipment. So I think in those instances, someone's wishes are also handed over, is part of the handover.
And in terms of your conversation with Dr. Branley, are you aware of whether he had a direct conversation with the family?
We spoke to them on the phone, I think, speaking more to the clinical state of the resident. It was quite an emotional conversation, because there's no one in healthcare wants to, you know, keep a family away from their family member. And there was a lot of emotion in that conversation when we were speaking to this person about what her trajectory might be, and you know, the concerns for her health and well-being, given that she'd contracted COVID.
And did you ever have a direct conversation with anyone in management or others with respect to whether or not a resident's family were permitted to come in and say goodbye if they were at the end of life phase? Were you given instructions as to whether that was permitted or not permitted?
There was a period where I recall it wasn't permitted, but there were situations, I think, I recall on my last day having a conversation with a family member, and sort of where I recall the conversation being left was that the family member was probably going to come to the facility in some capacity. But I'm not entirely sure if that visit actually eventuated.
So how were you receiving information in terms of direction to you with respect to what the rules were, whether a resident's family could come in or could not? Was there any formalisation in relation to that transfer of information to yourself and to other nurses?
My understanding that there was a decision that people wouldn't come into the facility, would not come into the facility. However, you know, it seemed to be open for discussion, because we obviously, on that very first day that I was there, had allowed someone to come in. And there were instances, I recall, where people had come to the windows of specific rooms, but there were other instances where there was a concern about people coming to the window because of an air conditioning vent being close to the window.
But so just coming back to what your understanding was based on, was it based on coincidental ad hoc conversations, or was it based on something more formal, namely written communication to the staff with respect to what was or was not permitted?
I can't recall if there was written communication.
Does that leave your memory at believing it was based on ad hoc conversations?
I just can't recall, because it may have been that, but I can't recall with certainty, because that was I was working predominantly out of hours shifts, and they were busy shifts. So we're talking over 2 years ago, and I can't recall. And unfortunately, the media's commentary as well does sort of, come into my memories of what was going on, and I can't recall with certainty what was or wasn't happening.
I want to come back to record keeping. I think you've said in relation to the advanced care plans, you did on some occasion, you were able to locate an advanced care plan. With respect to the electronic medical records, firstly, in your statement, you say you're familiar with the iCare system.
Yes.
Can you just describe for His Honour what your understanding of the iCare system is?
Anglicare has an electronic medical record system that's based on computers, and you need a username and password to get in there. But there is always a generic username and password available so that agency staff can log on, and it has a whole host of reporting tools and documentation about residents.
Sorry, did you, with the generic, do you say that some surge workforce staff could go under a generic title?
Mm-hmm.
How would you then be able to identify who the person was who last saw the resident and last either made observations, took vital signs, conducted something? How would you locate
They
that
can
person?
put their name in there, so it might say Emma Agency, so you can make that determination.
And is it correct that you in fact had your own login?
Correct.
And and it would come up as Emma Cardwell if you were involved in the care and treatment?
Correct.
Was the system on an iPad so that you would go into a resident's room, and if you took observations, vital signs, you would record then and there? Or was it a centralised system on a hard drive or desktop central station?
You have to remember that, unfortunately, infection control processes also affected the ability, I think, on a given shift. If there was no, outbreak in a facility, you could take an iPad into the room, but taking it in these circumstances was trickier. And the iPads are less reliable as well, was, my experience of them. And so you could have an iPad to document on, but the computer system was easier to use and quicker.
Was it not the same system being transferred
is,
from
but it's-
iPad to desktop?
It is, but it worked better on a desktop like many applications. It was easier to use and to navigate on a desktop computer. The iPads were predominantly for medication administration, but you could put information into them, but it was trickier and it's based on Wi-Fi. So there's issues with that.
So we have the medical records of each of the residents who passed away. And it seems as a general theme, firstly, that there is one series which is the progress notes or the electronic medical records in the standard type of progress notes. Is that your recollection?
Yes, but I do recall there was a point where they went to paper-based because it was proving to be an issue for agency staff to document appropriately.
Assume that occurred on the 25th of April, namely a couple of days before you finished up there.
Yes.
Does that accord with your memory?
Yeah, it was towards the end.
It's also the case that there is an incident and accident form,
Correct.
a medication, electronic medication form, which allows you to record when medication's administered.
There is, but that's also paper-based because there is the assumption that electronic systems can fail. So there is a paper-based medication form, and there was paper-based documentation as well in sort of filing cabinets.
So do you say for each of the residents that you treated, one should expect to see both an electronic medication chart with administration, but also a corresponding handwritten?
I wouldn't expect, if I was working in an Anglicare facility that didn't have an outbreak, I wouldn't expect to see both signed. I would expect to see one or the other because they worked predominantly off the electronic system and the paper-based was, available, but as a point of reference and for the medical doctors to look at when they came to review residents. But in the situation at Newmarch, I can appreciate that maybe it was one or the other for whomever was working.
What's your memory in terms of what you did? Do you have a memory of doing both in terms of filling out going onto the electronic medication charts and?
I recall using the electronic. I also do recall looking at a paper-based chart, and I'm not sure, what led me to that, but it could have been one of the issues that I sort of raised earlier about, access to an iPad or its functionality, if it was or wasn't working or was available, may have been another consideration.
And is it the case that when you go into the iCare system, you have to open up different tabs depending on which screen you want to enter, namely whether you want to go into the incident and accident form or the medication form or the vital signs chart? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was every nurse expected to make their own entries as to what
I think
they had performed?
that's an expectation of registered nurses, is that you would make, you would record what information you're seeing or what has occurred. But there was also quite a heavy workload. And so there may have been instances where that wasn't put into the electronic system. That is possible.
I'd like to show you some of the electronic records from a single day and a single time. And they are I think I'll come to it. I note the time, Your Honour.
Yes.
If now is a good time for Your Honour, then I'm happy to break now and then I'll come to those records.
Certainly. Ms Cardwell, we're going to take a break for morning tea and then we'll continue with your evidence after that. We'll come back at 12 o'clock.
Coroners Court now resumes.
Smartphone.
Thank you, Your Honour. Ms Cardwell, just before the morning tea break, I was asking you questions about line listing and whether a copy of the record went onto the clinical records. And I think your evidence was that your memory is that they were completed. And can I just show you a document and see if we're talking about the same document? And the document being shown is in volume 26, tab 23, page 15. And Ms Caldwell, if you feel comfortable, by all means, you can remove
I'm
it.
used to wearing it.
Is that the line listing document
Yes.
that you're referring to? And that's completed when you're aware that a resident is COVID positive? And it's completed as a one-off?
I think,
Or is it updated as symptoms arise or
I think
increase?
it's completed on a daily or a, twice daily basis. I can't recall what the stipulation is, but it's daily, if not more frequent.
Thank you. And now, just before the break, we were also discussing the record keeping system at Newmarch, which was in place during the outbreak and when you were working there. And you gave evidence that ideally a nurse would make their own entries. That's the expectation. Whether that was executed on every occasion, there may have been matters that interfered with that in effect. But I'd just like to show you a snapshot of one day, and that's the 17th of April. And what effectively I can glean from the clinical records is on the 17th of April at 3 a.m, your name appears next to records for 3 different residents. So I'll take you to the first, which is the resident Margaret Brocklehurst. And if we can go to volume 5, tab 7, page 12.
Oh, I don't think I can read that. It's very small.
Can we zoom in? It's about 7 lines from the bottom of the page. You'll see your name at a time 3 a.m. on the 17th of April.
Yep.
And I'd ask you to assume that at this point in time, Margaret Brocklehurst had a swab taken. The indication is that notification of her COVID positive status came the following day on the 18th. And you see next to your name, it has 17 April, 3 a.m, and then an entry in relation to nursing staff reporting that Margaret was having a temperature.
I can't see the information. Oh, it's... I can see the temperature.
So how do you read this record? As a report back to you from somebody else and then you making the entry in the records? Or some other way?
I can't see the entirety of the entry.
Be moved.
I might just ask Mr. Harris to approach with your iPad so that you can read the full entry by scrolling across. So I don't know if that can be facilitated on the screen.
I can see.
Oh, you can.
Oh, yes, then it's hard to tell which one was mine.
Perhaps the witness could be given a hard copy version of this to assist her.
There is,
I think it's worse in terms of its legibility, but we'll give it a go.
The entry that Hank was reviewed. Yeah.
Just point it to the entry.
You can. Please take the paper.
Are you reading the entry commencing with Peg, Miss Cardwell?
I'm attempting to, yes. I think I've managed to read it.
So having read it, does that refresh your memory as to what circumstances led to you making that entry? Namely, was it a review by you of Miss Brocklehurst or a review reported back to you?
I couldn't say for certain, but my recollection of how the shifts would go would be that you would attempt to see everyone and then document back in the office, because as I said, there wasn't an easy way to do that while moving through the facility. And so the way that it reads is that I had been at the room, whether someone else had entered the room and I'd stood at the door, or I myself had entered the room. I can't speak to that. But it reads as if I'd sort of been involved.
And all of these residents were new to you?
Yes.
Do you have a memory of whether or not, I think you said earlier on that there was some infection control issues with taking an iPad into the room. Do you have a memory at all as to ever using, ever writing anything, handwriting anything on a piece of paper or?
Yeah, or someone being inside the room speaking to someone outside the room, because going into the room, if I recall, required more PPE. We weren't nursing in full PPE throughout the entire facility, and in any case, you would doff contaminated PPE, which it would be considered contaminated once you'd gone into the room. So my recollection of our process was that we would move as sort of a group, whether it be 2 registered nurses, whether it be a registered nurse and a carer. It was whomever was there on a given shift that you could produce a sort of functional team of people. And so it may have been written on a piece of paper to then be copied into the notes at a later stage.
And is it the case that the system, the electronic medical record system, would automate date and time?
Yes, I'm not sure if you've got the ability to go back and override that. So, go back into the system and say, actually, I saw the resident at 2100 hours. I can't recall whether that's a feature of the system. Some electronic medical record systems let you sort of put the time in, and others will just timestamp it from the point that the entry was made.
And what's your memory here as to the system in operation, that it was automated by way of date and timestamp?
I think it was, because if I've made multiple entries at the same time, that would indicate that it was timestamping.
So can we go now to the second patient, and that's just a reminder there's a non-publication order on that name. Tab 8, sorry, volume 10, tab 8, page 208.
That's okay. It's a good test of mine.
Do you have that, do you see the top of that page? It has vital signs chart.
Mm-hmm.
Is this one of the most analogous documents we'll get to what I showed before in relation to an adult observation chart in terms of the signs that one observes and then records?
So sorry, you say that you're asking whether this is similar
Yes.
to... Yes,
The most
it's got
similar.
some of this, yes, similar elements.
Looking, if you go down the left-hand column, the second along, you'll see a date of the 17th of April.
Yes.
Are you able, sorry, I may stand corrected here. It looks like the 3 a.m. entry is made by another person, is not you. Is that correct?
No, it looks like it's me.
It is you. Can you now, do you have a recollection as to how that comes about, that you're making a record in the vital signs under your name? If you go across the line, you'll see that the only vital sign recorded is the temperature of 36 degrees Celsius. There are no other vital signs recorded. Do you have a memory now as to how that entry came about?
I can't recall the specific entry, no, but in different instances, it may be that someone doesn't, if they're having a withdrawal of care or they only are having comfort care, that you might be only treating certain things. So in that instance, if someone was receiving that, you may not do a full set of observations if that had been the decision.
I'd ask you to assume in relation to this entry of 17th of April for Margaret, 17th of April, that it's unlikely to be comfort care, noting that passed away on the 28th of April and that this is the first day that her COVID positive results came through.
Right.
In those circumstances, it's unlikely, isn't it, that the lack of the balance of observations recorded relate to comfort care. Do you agree?
If that was what was said, then yes. Yeah.
And can I now ask you to go to the clinical records of Victor Stone, volume 13, tab 8, page 129. Yeah, I'm going to go back to
Tab 8.
Do you have that page? Oh, sorry. Oh, add on time. Okay. Yep. So do you see 4 lines from the bottom, Miss Cardwell?
Yes.
17th of April again, 3 a.m. It appears that that's your entry. It's again in the vital signs chart. So we have on the 17th of April, you're doing 3 entries in 3 different patient records at 3 a.m. Can you just talk us through how that comes about?
It's, as I said, I think the process was that we would go through and see the residents, you know, and may have allocated jobs and tasks through the different people who I said earlier were denoted clean and dirty sort of teams who would see those residents who were COVID positive. And it's possible that the workloads were sort of shared among different people and we would move through the facility and possibly write these, you know, results down and then enter them when we had the opportunity to do so. These residents were in their rooms and weren't seeing people, potentially, you know, for a period of time. And you could come to a shift with multiple things sort of handed over to address. You know, it may have been contacting families, it may have been following up things. Healthcare is very dynamic, and so you may have been called to do something that waylaid your ability to actually put information into a documenting system at a point at which you did it. And, you know, that is, you know, my recollection of some of the shifts, that was, you know, you could be pulled to many different tasks, to the phone, to speak to families, to address an issue.
How did you satisfy yourself when you did make an entry in the records that, and in particular, if it was done at a later time, whether that be minutes, an hour, hours, how did you satisfy yourself it was accurate to that patient?
There was some lists we were given when we would start a shift, for example, with the residents who were positive and not positive, which had their names and their room numbers, given we weren't familiar with the residents in the facility. And we would write, you know, we may have written their observations against their name on that document. We may have shared a load of, you know, how we saw the residents or what we did with them, and then put that back into the reporting system in the office.
So just looking at Victor Stone's entry of the 17th of April at 3 a.m, firstly, again, we've got a situation where it's just his temperature which is recorded in terms of vital signs.
And it appears to be a blood pressure.
And a blood pressure.
Yes.
He was at this point, I'd ask you to assume at this point in time he had a COVID positive result. And if you look above the line, in terms of vital sign recording and observations in this chart, it's 2 days before somebody revisits this chart to record vital signs.
I'm not, as I said, there was another reporting tool, and I'm not sure if people were using those tools interchangeably for consideration of the work, you know, to manage the workload and report to, say, the line listing, for example, which doesn't have all the, if I recall, when we looked at it, didn't have all the information, but given that there were two tools and there was potentially competing priorities about, you know, the information to obtain, it's possible that that's what was happening. If I do recall as well, this was at a time prior to some of the additional staff being deployed out there, and there was very few sort of people in the facility potentially on a given shift or at a given time, just due to staffing pressures, and yeah, that way.
Just going back to that, there was more than one reporting tool. From a nursing perspective, in order to, as you gave evidence earlier on with observation charts, in order to see patterns or in order to see deterioration on the adult observation charts that you have in hospital, it's there in one quick view, isn't it? That's why it's recorded on that one chart, correct?
Correct.
How would a nurse know if they go into the vital signs of Victor Stone whether or not they need to check some other reporting tool to see what the trend was over the preceding 24, 48, 72 hours? And that's, would you agree, that's in a critical situation where you're low in staff, that's a time-consuming exercise.
It is.
How would they know from this document whether or not there's some other recorded information, and if so, where it is?
Well, they, as part of the handover of the tools that have been used, like I said, my recollection of the line listing was that was a task we were to do that we were told about as part of a handover. And it appears, given that temperature was something that was on the line listing, that seems to be the priority reporting tool, because that has a temperature and looks at other symptoms of respiratory illness. And so that may have been the priority, and that was potentially may have been handed over because, as I said to you, filling in the line listing, someone may then be led to populate the eye care tool with the line listing information. And looking at this, I can't say for certain, but given that it's got information you'd find on the line listing, if you're having to choose your priorities and that's what's been asked to sort of be attended to as a priority, that may have been the tool that people were working to populate as opposed to the iCare system.
So just in terms of what may or may not have been used and just focusing on uniformity of care between shifts, did you receive anything formally indicating to you as a nurse what the priority of recording observations was, namely whether it was in the vital signs chart, whether it was in the electronic medical records, whether it was in the line listing? Was there any direction?
Email, which spoke to the number of times the line listing was to be done or observations were to be done, which might have been, if I can't say for certain, but either 2 or 3 times a day, which I interpret as the 24-hour day period. And that spoke to the line listing, the reporting tool.
And can you give any assistance as to why, if that was the case, that observations were being recorded 2 to 3, or there was an expectation or a desire that observations would be recorded 2 to 3 times a day, potentially on the line listing, that a copy of that line listing wasn't placed on every resident's file?
I would think that was a time and a staffing issue. That, you know, the fact that documentation is happening at 3 o'clock in the morning, and from my recollection of being there, that is the time I recall that I may have finished, given I started a shift at 7 o'clock, and that was sort of consistent that you would be moving through the facility for 5, 6, 7 hours before you had the opportunity to sit down and sort of maybe populate the iCare system with information, just because of the nature of the needs of the residents.
So do you say that when we look at, just focusing on your entries, there's a possibility that the timestamp on the entry does not represent the presentation of the resident at that point in time, but may represent the presentation of the resident from some hours preceding?
Correct.
In terms of your shift, I think you said it was it 7 p.m. and then for 12 and a half hours? You said in the statement it was roughly a 12 and a half hour shift?
It was, but I can say for certainty that there were days where I was still there at 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning due to the workload and sort of the need to try and put information into charts or handover, or maybe finish or address an issue with a resident, or discuss concerns with the managers that had arrived for their sort of day shift. And so there were days where I was there till 10 o'clock.
So just turning back to the care that a patient would receive in a hospital, and as a distinction, firstly, I take it that the indication or request or desire from somebody at Newmarch that you do observations 2 to 3 times a day, that is less than what is required as the minimum number of observations in on a non-acute hospital ward?
Yes.
And just, sorry. Yep.
I was going to say there were different organisations going into the facility. So there was the surge workforce. There was a team coming from Nepean Hospital who were doing their own, what I interpreted to be their own observations and assessments of the residents. And, I think there may have been multiple sort of processes and assessments going on concurrently.
But in terms of the Nepean team coming in, Am I right in assuming that you did not have access to the Nepean Hospital clinical records? And so insofar as the Nepean team's hospital's observations, if they were not recorded in the electronic medical records at Newmarch, you would not know what those observations were?
No.
So in terms of looking at patterns or being able to assess whether a resident was deteriorating or not, it was highly reliant upon the observations and the signs being recorded.
I object to that question. I'm happy to deal with this in the absence of the witness.
Yes, all right. Ms. Cardwell, there's something we need to discuss in your absence. Would you mind just leaving a seat and just waiting outside the courtroom temporarily? The court officer will let you know when you can return. Thank you.
The issue I raise in my submission, in fairness to this witness, is that a number of these patients, well, I think in fact all of the patients that my learned friend has referred to, were admitted to Nepean Hospital's hospital in the home system, where they were formally admitted as patients of that hospital. And my learned friend to date, I haven't objected to date, but there has not been in my submission, well, in terms of where matters appear to be going, sufficient delineation between the fact as to whether a resident that this RN was nursing in her capacity as surge workforce of Anglicare was separately admitted as a patient of Nepean Hospital being delivered clinical care by members of Nepean Hospital workforce. And she's indicated that hospital in the home and Nepean were separately delivering clinical care. The specific objection to the question that's been put is in my submission, it's put up in a rolled up way to suggest there would be an inability to identify deterioration in a patient because of whether there were adequate notes in circumstances where these were patients of Nepean Hospital at that point.
All right.
For example, with Victor Stone, who has just been specifically addressed, he was admitted to hospital in the home and was formerly a patient of Nepean Hospital on the 16th. So at the point at which my learned friend is taking notes to this witness about things that are happening on the 17th, he's a patient of Nepean Hospital at that point. And, for example, Mr. Farrell was admitted to hospital in the home on the 19th. Mr. Jennings, Mr. Farrell was admitted on the 16th, and so was Mr. Jennings. So clinical entries are being put to this witness as to what's happening on the 17th, when these are patients of Nepean Hospital. And in circumstances where this witness has not been given a sufficient interest letter, in my submission, implicit suggestion about whether there was adequacy of ability to identify deterioration in circumstances where these were patients of Nepean Hospital needs to be very circumspect in the way it's put and should be very specific in terms of the questions.
Right. Ms. Marshall?
Yeah, I understood my question to be insofar as she could ascertain deterioration, it was dependent on what's recorded in the electronic medical records of Newmarch Hospital, which she did have access to. Sorry?
That's Newmarch House, it's not a hospital.
So Newmarch House, that was what was intended. So her knowledge can only come from what's recorded, and she's given evidence that she was aware that Nepean Hospital was caring for these patients. That's obvious. But insofar as their knowledge as to their care, my question was directed to her understanding of observations and it being limited to what's recorded, because she doesn't have access to Nepean Hospital clinical records.
Yes.
That's what it's narrowed to. Her ability to assess patterns or deterioration is entirely dependent on the records.
Yes, look, I didn't understand that the last question that was going to be asked to go to the level of specificity I think that Ms Richardson, you might be referring to. Ms Cardwell had already answered questions about the fact that the Nepean team were reviewing patients and documenting that review in their records, which Ms Cardwell didn't have access to. And I think Ms Marta was going to be asking about that dual system of recording and the extent to which that dual system allowed someone in Ms Cardwell's position to identify a trend if it existed, or deterioration of a patient if that also existed. Ms Marta?
That's correct. That's
In my submission, if my learned friend is going to put questions by reference to specific patients, it should also be made clear to this witness who cannot be expected to remember 2 years later the status of the person as to whether or not they were a patient of Nepean at that point because they'd been admitted to hospital in the home.
Yes, well, as I said, I don't know that the question was targeted at that level of specificity at this stage. It may move there at a later stage, and you might have something to say about it at that point, but I think we're still dealing with it at the general level. So I'll allow the question. We can have Ms Cardwell back, thank you.
There's an assumption now of the question. That they didn't.
Rugby.
Can I just raise one issue, which is the first question had the word if in it and the second didn't, in circumstances where my learned friends have taken various people to a number of Newmarch house records that have entries in them from Nepean staff, if I can put it that broadly.
Yes, all right. Ms Cardwell, sorry for that interruption. We're now ready to continue.
Okay.
Ms Martwa.
And the question I had asked Ms Cardwell is the extent to which you could make observations of a resident's pattern of vital signs or deterioration based on vital signs was reliant upon what was recorded in the clinical records?
Yes, correct. But I think to just elaborate slightly to that, clinical records could be the charts, but they could also be a progress note. They could also have been that line listing. They could have included verbal handover. There's multiple components to making an assessment of someone. And I think just in relation to asking about the completeness of some of the documentation, I think, you know, residents are individuals, and there may have been reasons to the, you know, for the reason that they may not have had a complete set of observations done, which may be any number of things, not speaking to the specific ones here, but it may have been a resident's refusal of observations. It may have been related to equipment acquisition. You know, there's doing so many observations on a large number of people requires a lot of equipment, and there was correspondence around some of the need for additional monitoring equipment as well. So I think there's lots of considerations as to, you know, the records that were there and why they may or may not be complete, or where information may be acquired from.
And again, if you'd like to take off your mask, you can. Sorry, just on those points, it's the case, isn't it, that if there's a refusal by a resident or patient, that's something that a nurse can and does record?
Yeah, they may record the refusal, or that they may try and reapproach the resident or the patient to do it at a later stage. May not have, you know, they may not have been in the frame of mind to have it done, and maybe trying again at a slightly later stage might be an approach too.
And likewise, in terms of equipment or monitoring, if that was a matter of concern with respect to a failure to take an observation or record a vital sign, that is something that you, for example, would record?
You may not record it, you may attempt to problem solve it to start with, you may try and acquire it, you may go look for the equipment. You know, in an ideal world, you may record that you didn't have those things, but these were different circumstances, so it may not have happened.
And it would be fair to say, wouldn't it, that another possibility in relation to a vital sign not being recorded is that it wasn't taken?
That could be possible, yes, or it could have been taken and not recorded.
And you said in your statement that you were responsible for caring for 20 COVID positive residents.
That number changed depending, as you said, some people were found to be positive on, you know, as the days went on. And, you know, unfortunately for us, residents also passed away, and so that number could have changed, but at a sort of estimation, it was about 20.
And when you first turned your mind to providing a statement, you held a belief that that figure was perhaps 40, didn't you?
I think I was thinking of the number of people that were positive throughout the facility. And I think when I was speaking, that was what I was referring to. I wasn't referring to the people I explicitly interacted with. But the way that I said that we tried to work was that we had a clean, dirty system, and there was another wing in Newmarch House where there were positive residents, and the staffing was equally stretched in that wing. And if, you know, assistance was required by the nurse in that wing who was looking after the positive residents, there was a collegial nature about the work because it was so busy that if you could, you would provide help to someone in another wing as you would hope they would for you.
So as I understand that evidence, it's the case that you did from time to time go from one wing to the other to treat or care for a COVID positive resident?
It may have been as simple as going to help give pressure area care. But yes, you know, if asked and the resident was positive, that seems like an appropriate use of my time. Like I said, I'd want the same.
And so although you spent, in the 7 shifts, do you recall now how many of those shifts were in the Lawson wing?
I worked predominantly, and I did have to look it up, but I worked predominantly in the Lawson wing, which was the 3rd wing from the front entrance.
But you don't dispute the fact that it may have been the case that you'd also gone over to the Wentworth wing and or the Blaxland wing to treat a resident or to care for a resident if you were asked to assist?
Yes, if they were positive, yes.
And in terms of your statement and where you say you thought it was roughly 20 residents, COVID positive residents, and that was a dynamic number, I think you're saying from your evidence. In terms of that, how many other registered nurses worked alongside you when you were caring for, let's say, you say that the maximum number would have been 20 or the average number would have been 20?
Residents?
Of residents.
I think it was, yeah, I can't say for certain. 20 would seem to be the average number.
And how many other registered nurses worked alongside you during that, when you had 20 COVID positive?
Explicit conversations with every person who came through the door because I would go to the area I was working in, but maybe on a shift overnight in the entire facility, there may have been 2 or 3 registered nurses, but there was care staff as well who would have been AINs. They may have been ENs, but I can't recall their designation. So
just thinking then, because you don't know the qualifications or the skills of the others, in terms of when you were on the Lawson wing with 20 residents, do you recall now the minimum number of other assistants you had?
There was periods on some shifts where I may have been the sole person who'd shown up for a shift, but that wasn't that it stayed that way, because the management were there. Often when I would start the night shift, they were still in the office 6:30 at night trying to address the issues that were going on in the facility, and they would redistribute the staff based on the fact that maybe the staff had not shown up that were meant to be working in a particular wing. They may have been late. They accepted staff starting at different times because they needed staff, and so if someone could start at 9:30 at night, they would allow them to. So you may have gone for periods of hours where it was only you or you and another person.
And of the 7 shifts that you worked, do you have a memory as to the maximum number of workers you had alongside you in the wing that you were allocated to?
I don't recall the maximum, but on the last couple of shifts I worked, there'd obviously been a number of agencies contacted to provide support, and there were staff from Aspen Medical. There was some staff from St Vincent's Hospital, all doing slightly different things. The Aspen Medical staff tended to work on the sort of resident rounds. That's sort of what they joined and did those roles. I'm not sure what the St Vincent staff were doing there. They sort of seemed to have their own things they were doing. And there was quite a lot of staff to the point where that equally was quite a chaotic situation sometimes, because there was a lot of people there. But like I said, I'm not entirely sure what some of those staff were doing.
And your last shift, you believe, was the 27th or the 28th of April?
Yes.
And do you say in the preceding 1 or 2 days to your last shift, there seemed to be an increase of nursing staff or simply staff?
Both. There was kitchen staff, nursing staff, educators from Anglicare. There was care staff.
And do you have a memory as to when, if ever, you called management and said that you needed assistance in terms of another nurse or another carer?
On the shifts that I showed up, where I was the only person standing in a particular wing, I had taken myself down to the office to sort of ask for more staff, to which they addressed to the best of their ability, I believe, with the staff that had shown up. I was asked for, I gave feedback on issues that were coming up on a shift-by-shift basis when I would leave. I made an effort to sort of communicate the concerns that had come up overnight to the Anglicare staff that were there during the day. And I also sent an email raising some concerns that I had.
Do you feel on the 7 shifts that you worked, did you feel that you were able to deliver optimal care to the residents that you were caring for?
I object to that question. I think it should be clarified what's optimal. Optimal in the sense of working in a pandemic, optimal in an aged care centre. What does my learned friend optimal by reference?
I'll rephrase it. Do you, in the 7 shifts that you worked, do you believe that you were able to deliver the care equivalent to what a resident would receive if they were on a ward in a hospital?
I object to that because there's about 8 different kinds of wards in a hospital.
Non-acute.
And this particular witness works in a particular type of ward.
All right, Ms. Martler.
I'll rephrase it.
All right.
Would it be fair to say, Ms. Cardwell, that being able to routinely do observations at a minimum every 6 hours for 20 residents, firstly, was difficult to achieve?
It was difficult in the conditions that we were working, yes.
And is it fair to say that in fact you were not able to deliver that standard of care during the 7 shifts that you worked?
I object to that. What standard of care?
For observations at a minimum every 6 hours.
Well, I also object to that question.
Yes.
The evidence from the witness is that it's not necessarily a standard in hospital that level of observations are taken even in hospital. I think there needs to be clarity about what a standard by reference to what this question is being put.
Sorry, with respect, I understand it's a mandated requirement that observations are every 6 hours, which is precisely what is the prescription and the language of the adult observation chart, which exists in every hospital setting. And as Ms Cardwell gave evidence earlier this morning, if the observations are less than a minimum of every 6 hours, it needs the authority of a medical practitioner to sign off on it.
Well, I object on the further basis that the patients my learned friend has referred to had all been admitted to hospital in the home, and so they were patients of Nepean, and the witness has referred to the fact that they were receiving separate health care under hospital in the home from Nepean staff. So the premise of this question is unfair in the sense of a failure to deliver a standard of care where there are multiple caregivers providing care in respect of a patient who is admitted to Nepean under HIF.
Yes, but I think that right now Ms Martwa is asking Ms Cardwell about her capacity to perform those observations to the 20 or so patients that she was caring for.
In my submission, the question is being put broad about a standard of care by reference to a benchmark, the premise of which that there's been some failure in a standard of care, which is not a fair question in my submission, given the matters I've just referred to.
All right, Ms Martwa, are you moving to that broader level?
I'll rephrase it
Very
and
well.
come back to a couple of other matters. Ms Cardwell, were you comfortable with the level of care that you were able to deliver?
I object to that question on the same basis, level of care. I understood the premise of the question was going to be put about an objective criteria about the number of observations that were given. A level of care is not clear as to what actually is being put to this witness.
All right. Very well.
In which respect, and in the circumstances where she's an RN at an aged care centre, in respect of a patient who's admitted to the Nepean hospital, cannot be done in a rolled up way in my submission.
All right. Ms Martwa?
I can rephrase it. Ms Cardwell, do you accept that in relation to each of the residents that you cared for during your shift, you did not on every occasion record their vital signs every 6 hours?
As I said before, there was multiple reporting tools, and there are considerations about different residents and what the level of observations they should be receiving. As I said to you, there could be, in different instances, someone might not be for a full set of observations because of, different reasons relating to their limits of care and what the priorities are for them. So you would be wanting to speak to sort of specific instances, and I would need to see more collateral sort of information to sort of make that, stipulation.
But going back a step then, was there a handover when you arrived every shift?
There was some form of handover. The staff on the day shifts were equally sort of challenged as we were on the shifts I worked in those early days, in terms of what they were able to do, and they would hand over if they were able to. There was an instance where one of the nurses working became unwell and had to leave, and she ended up becoming COVID positive. And, you know, that obviously the direction to leave was sort of to protect the workforce and the residents, but that obviously compromised handover on that shift. So handover may have been inadequate at times, but there was an expectation that handover would happen in some form, but there was also there was quite a casualised and unfamiliar workforce working, and so there was definitely a variation in the level of, or the quality of the handover that was given.
So breaking that down, some form of handover, what does that actually mean in terms of the content of the clinical information, or was it clinical information exchanged?
So I think, yes, clinical information, but there's also a variation. Some of the nurses were aged care nurses, and what their clinical skills and what they deemed important to hand over may be different to what the hospital and the home team were looking at, or the observations they were looking at. And so there was a variation sometimes in the quality of the handover. And as I said to you earlier, there was competing priorities. You know, there was families on the other side of the phone who wanted to hear what was going on, who were raising concerns that staff were trying to address, you know, at handover, leading into handover, after handover. You were interrupted. Handover should be a safe, a protected time, and the nature of what was going on at Newmarch House meant that wasn't always possible, and that there were things that may have interrupted the handover potentially.
So in summary, would it be fair to say that clinical handover of any one of the residents was compromised as a result of non-clinical matters, such as...
Yeah, you go.
I'll wait for the question to finish.
All right. Sorry, Ms. Bott, I think you can complete.
Clinical handover was compromised by non-clinical matters.
I object to that.
Yes.
My learned friend in my submission is failing to articulate in terms of using terms like clinical, where we have RNs who are working on behalf of Anglicare, providing certain care in the context where these people are admitted patients of Nepean Hospital. So where there presumably are multiple handovers going on in relation to these patients in relation to different people providing care. My learned friend is rolling up in respect of patients over multiple times. My learned friend hasn't put any detail to this witness to assist her. It cannot be done in this rolled up way to suggest that clinical care was compromised. But what is the basis for that question?
Well, first of all, I don't know that the question is premised on the basis of clinical care. I think Ms. Martha was asking a question now just about the issue of clinical handover. And I thought that the question was simply doing no more than reaffirming the evidence that Ms. Cardwell gave about the nature of the handover that might be given at a particular time by a particular person, whether they be experienced in the type of care that Ms. Cardwell was accustomed to, or whether or not they might be a different person working, for example, in an aged care setting. Ms. Martha?
Yes.
Yes, go on, I'll allow the question.
I have a slightly different objection.
Yes.
I would like to put. The simple proposition is this: there are a series of individuals who have a series of individual records, and my friend's putting a rolled up proposition across the whole facility to an individual witness who's a witness of fact. If my learned friend wants to put to this witness that she didn't get the handover that she wanted or expected, then perhaps she can explore that. but not on a generalised basis across the whole of the facility. And then there's a second problem, which is this. My friends have had some years to prepare this inquest, and there is not anywhere a nursing care expert that has been tendered, and any ability to now try and do it through this witness is, with respect, too late.
So in answer to the first, the question was only directed to the clinical handovers that Ms Cardwell was directly involved in, and there was nothing in the question that suggested I was asking her to make comment generally. We've narrowed it down to 7 shifts, and that's the context of the first. In relation to the second, and I'm not in any way asking Ms Cardwell to give some sort of expert opinion generally, but she is a registered nurse. She was employed by Newmarch in that role. She comes to that position with experience as a registered nurse, and therefore the role of handover and what occurs. So I don't see that either of the objections made by Mr Fordham can stand in those circumstances. I'm only asking Ms Cardwell for her direct experience, not those of others, in particular now addressing the role of handover.
Yes, look, I agree. The last 3 or 4 questions posed to Ms Cardwell have been on that basis in relation to the shifts that she worked, and on that basis I'll allow the question. Go on, Ms Martha.
Ms Cardwell, have I understood your evidence correctly that the handover of clinical information was compromised by non-clinical matters which were concerning all? You've said in relation to communication with family, by way of an example, other matters that were required of you to chase up when your shift started.
Yes.
And when you gave evidence earlier on in relation to the level and the quality of the handover, what were you referring to?
I was referring to the fact that with any clinician, there can be a variation in their practice, and that you may have received an excellent handover, or you may have received a handover that lacked some information. But in saying that, I could see in those instances that staff had, been particularly either just, pulled to different tasks, or had a big workload. So there was, some level of understanding, at handover that had happened, not for the failures of the person, but because of the situation that they were working in.
Did you discuss each resident in your wing?
I can't recall.
Did you ever receive a handover from any clinician who identified themselves as being part of the hospital in the home group?
I worked, as I said, my first shift was an afternoon shift, and I was there by myself, and then I worked night shift. So I myself took handover quite seriously, and as I said to you, I often was there on my night shifts quite late. When they finished in the morning, I was there quite late because I was trying to give time to handing over these residents, and handover is a timely process, so it can take time to hand over issues, and also to escalate issues that I was encountering to the management team. I recall on one occasion there was Dr. Branley had come to the facility in the morning and was meeting with some of the Anglicare management team, and I escalated to him concerns that, I had sort of experienced overnight.
And what were those concerns?
I can't recall specifically, but it was in relation to the residents, and it would have been something that he had jurisdiction over, or I probably wouldn't have, gone to give that information to him.
Do you have a memory now as to whether they were concerns of a clinical nature, namely the delivery of clinical care to the residents, or whether it was more in the realm of an administrative issue?
I think I would have, to a doctor, I would have raised clinical issues. In terms of administrative issues, maybe the delivery of certain cares to residents, I would have taken that to the management team of the facility.
So in terms, am I right then, because you started mostly as a night shift, you never received any handover from any clinician from the hospital and the home team? Is that correct?
I recall just seeing them in the mornings when I left.
And in terms of a handover, do you have any recollection of ever receiving a handover from any member of the virtual aged care team?
I didn't receive a handover from the virtual aged care team, no.
In your statement at paragraph 22, you say that at times it was chaotic at Newmarch House. Do you recall writing that in your statement? Your signed statement?
It was chaotic at times, yes.
And is it fair to say that it was very chaotic at Newmarch House in the early days of the outbreak?
It was chaotic.
Why do you say chaotic and not very chaotic?
I think it's tricky to explain to people what was going on if you weren't there. And there's I just feel it was chaotic. I think that adequately describes what was going on.
And in terms of the chaos, as it relates to your ability, as it related to your ability to deliver care, what factors most compromised, if any, your ability to deliver care?
I think it was a staff problem. It was the number of staff.
Was there anything else?
I think the residents, needs, and the fact that they had a big change in their daily lives and how the care they normally received. So there was a need to try and reassure and try and address the concerns that were being raised. I wouldn't wish for anyone to be scared or feel that they're not having their needs met. And so, in conjunction with trying to do your clinical job as a person who was there and who felt I could work in that space, I did feel a need to try and address the concerns of the residents that they, were raising, because I was there and I know that there were people who would have wanted to be there and couldn't be. And so as a surrogate to the families and loved ones who would have wanted a high level of care and had been used to such a high level of care, attempting to try to even maintain that in some way was a focus, but it was hard because we weren't working in normal circumstances.
And of the needs not being met, and of the needs needs not being met as expressed to you by residents, what stands out in your mind as to the complaints with respect to needs not being met?
It often was time related, working in with infection control procedures in place, and if you're properly adhering to those, that's a timely process. And so trying to give, there's no fat in the system often in healthcare. You know, you do things and you need to be extremely efficient and you need to do them, and we learn how to do that. And obviously Anglicare had a very high standard of care, and these residents had very efficient, appropriate care given to them. And so their standard was very high for what they expected from on a day-to-day basis. Add into that, you know, putting on PPE, going into a room, trying to attend to as many tasks as you could with that person so that they were getting adequate care is a timely process. And then add into that staff who are unfamiliar with the facility, unfamiliar with these residents. They were very loved by their care staff who were consistent. So it takes time to try and learn a resident and what they may like and what needs they have. If they've got communication issues, you need to learn that to try and understand what they want. It's a timely process. So that equates to additional time with each resident that, and you can only, if you're the sole person delivering care, as you know, or there's 2 or 3 people, that is going to slow down a process of delivering care. And you've got to start somewhere and you have to end somewhere. So there were residents who would have waited for their care, and that was probably unfamiliar to them and not something that they that made the experience harder for them.
And in terms of the delay in their care, do we include in that the administration of their regular medication?
Yes, because that would have been one of the processes you would have needed to put on your PPE, go into the room and administer it.
Do we include in that, or do you include in that in terms of complaints you received, the care that needs to be given to pressure sores?
That wasn't something that I particularly remember, but you know, someone may need pressure area care, they may need wound care, that may be something that they need and have needed from that person who went into that room.
Were there complaints to you in relation to the delivery of their food?
There were some complaints about the timeliness of the food delivery, yes.
And in terms of daily living matters such as showering and toileting?
Yes, but if I could just sort of speak to that in some way, I just want to make it clear that opening the door to a resident's room, you needed to be in full PPE. So I just think it's important that it's clear that it's not a matter of opening the door and putting a tray inside or throwing the medications inside the room and leaving, which people thinking about this incident might actually think that it's as easy as that. And I just want to be clear that to actually safely do those things and to protect the staff, there is quite a process to doing those things.
And likewise, then I take it if you're going to take vital signs.
Yes.
There's a process that's involved each
Yes.
time you go in
Yes.
to take vital signs.
You would try and, they call it cluster care is the term that you would use. And so you would go in and try and put on your PPE and do the tasks that that resident needed at that point in time, so that when you went out, you weren't going in and out of the room. That's also a risk to the staff member to make repeated entries of donning and doffing PPE. That can pose a risk.
So if you were, what period of time do you estimate it would take to walk into a resident's room, administer medication, do a full set of observations, have a conversation that's long enough to ascertain from them what else their complaints or concerns might be, and then don off in order to don on for the next resident's room? What time period does that take?
I think that's a tricky question to answer because it depends on what the needs were when you went in. But if I was to hazard to recall what we did, if there was no unexpected sort of things going on in the room, it could take 25 to 30 minutes if, you were if you were doing those things when you went into the room.
And I note the time. I just want to ask a couple more questions before I go on to another topic. Am I right in assuming that the rooms, or did the rooms have a buzzer?
Yes.
Was there a central station for the buzzer?
I believe there was some sort of, you could hear them throughout the wing. I can't recall whether there was a screen that the room number came up on or if it was a light above the door, but you could adequately be alerted to the fact that someone may have been buzzing. However, if you were in a room with another resident and attending to their care, in your PPE, it is not, if you're respecting infection control practices, leaving the room in that PPE is not part of that workflow. So you may have not been alerted to something if you were in that room.
And even if you had, is it fair to say that the delay in being able to respond to that involves a delay, the unfortunate delay of, again, the donning off and the donning on of PPE?
Correct.
I note the time, Your Honour.
Yes. Ms. Cardwell, we're going to break for lunch now, and then we'll continue with your evidence after that. We'll come back at 2:15. Yes, Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, Your Honour. Ms Cardwell, before lunch, you just given evidence in relation to having a conversation with or raising a matter with Dr Branley at a point in time, and your belief is that what you raised with him would have been a clinical matter, given that he's a doctor. Over lunch, have you had an opportunity to just reflect on that evidence at all and think what it may have been of a clinical nature that you raised with Dr Branley?
What I recall is reviewing a positive patient with him and then making contact with the patient's daughters to speak to them about the nature of what was going on with her and what we may expect to see, what sort of care she may receive. But to that point, that was Dr. Branley having that conversation. I was with him, and I wouldn't sort of seek to recall specifically what he said.
Do you believe that it was in the context of confirming an advanced care plan and whether or not the resident was for transfer or not? Or do you think it was in a separate context to that?
I just recall it was discussing the resident and what care she was receiving. I think I introduced myself as the nurse who was looking after this resident. We had the phone on speakerphone, and somewhat a portion of the conversation I recall was reassuring the family member and supporting them because they were quite upset.
In terms of the other issues that you raised more in the administrative context, was it the case that you ever had cause to speak to either Leanne Hinton or Eric Aldeguer?
Yes.
And what were the matters? Did you speak to both or only one of the two?
I spoke to both. I recall, I think I initiated the phone call, a phone call with Leanne in relation to the deterioration of a resident. I felt that there needed to be good communication around resident changes to both the medical team, but to the team sort of overseeing Newmarch and the management of the outbreak. If I recall correctly, I was called by Eric, I think because I had made contact with Leanne. I didn't contact him myself.
So going back to the contact with Leanne and good communication with the medical team, what were you referring to there? And what communication? Is that communication between care staff at Newmarch and the medical team? Did you assume that was a medical team at Nepean?
If there was a change in a resident, remembering this was early in the outbreak and the processes to me weren't entirely clear about who to escalate to, I went through the pathway that was familiar to me, which was to go to the resident's GP, whom, if there's a change in a resident that wasn't consistent or wasn't expected, as I said before, that hadn't been communicated, that we were expecting this to happen and there was a management sort of approach in place, I feel obliged to let a medical doctor know for their guidance as the treating practitioner for that person. So a change in a resident, that to me is a natural next step, is to contact a doctor.
And for what period of time did you believe that the doctor to contact in those circumstances was the general practitioner? And did that belief by you change?
I think it was more that was in an after hours period, and they were the details I had available sort of to contact someone. And they were my early shifts. Remember, they were overnight, and then I did some day shifts, and the day shifts were very different and had different clinicians available to us, and so the processes were different, and there was sort of an easier line of communication to the medical team on a day shift.
So in terms of the day shift, what was your belief as to who care needed to be escalated to in terms of a medical practitioner?
The workflow in a day shift was different, and I wasn't sure if that was because it had changed because I'd had some days off, or if it had changed in both the in and out of hours period. It wasn't made entirely clear to me, but what I was aware of was that there was we were doing the line listing and the observations. This was when there was a more defined process. There was more staff. I do think it needs to be said that in those early shifts, that there was very limited capacity to do much. You know, everyone worked all the hours on shift, doing all the tasks that they could without stopping. So what was done was what was and achieved was what was humanly possible by the people that had shown up for those shifts. But there was some improvement on those day shifts after I'd had a period of a few days off in terms of the staffing levels. And it was the first day shift that I had worked since that very first day that I went. So there was a more of a routine of doing what would be a ward round or a round on the residents that you were allocated to, and sort of completing both the observations and the line listing at that point in time, and liaising with a virtual team out of Nepean.
So just coming back to just the question in terms of in your mind, once you started that day shift, that second day shift after a few days off, who did you believe that the medical care needed to be escalated to, if that was the case? Who did you believe was the contact point?
A virtual team out of Nepean, which was, I think, a CNC or a nurse practitioner. I can't recall what their designation was, and a medical doctor.
And on what basis did you have that belief? How did you come to that understanding as to the virtual team being the contact point?
I actually can't recall how that came to be part of. I can't recall if it was an explicit conversation or discussion about what we were going to do. I can't recall.
In your statement at paragraph 15, you say that you were present on a number of occasions. Dr. Brandley, was present on a number of occasions that you worked.
So I think it was 2. There was that initial day. I'm quite certain that first day I went out, I interacted with him, and I'm sure that was the day we called the family member of the positive patient, a resident, and I recall after a night shift when I said that I'd gone to escalate some concerns to the team, that he was in a boardroom with some Anglicare staff members. He'd come into the facility as part of his routine.
What did you understand Dr. Brownlee's role to be?
He was the infectious disease specialist from Nepean.
And what did you understand his role in this outbreak to be?
That he was providing guidance to Newmarch House.
And did you understand that he was the lead clinician attached to what was now being implemented as a blanket protocol of hospital in the home for every COVID positive resident?
No, I understood him to be an infectious disease specialist from Nepean. The specifics of his role I didn't go into, and I don't think I entirely asked what the criteria of his role was in relation to Newmarch. I knew him to be a medical specialist from Nepean.
Did anyone say to you, was the expression hospital in the home or a clinical care model of hospital in the home to all COVID positive patients mentioned to you?
I understood that they were being cared for at Newmarch House with outreach from Nepean. But the way that looked in practice, I did do a lot of out-of-hours shifts, as I said. And so I wasn't sort of privy to the management team or maybe sort of communication that was happening during the day about the specific roles of different teams.
In terms of your understanding as to these residents were being assisted with the outreach from Nepean, did you understand that then to be a 24-hour service that you could also access on a night shift?
I can't recall entirely. I recall being left with some numbers for, having numbers of, Leanne, for example, people to contact, out of hours if we needed advice or sort of guidance. I don't recall being given explicit instructions on who to contact when. Like I said, when I would think based on my action to contact the GP that would have been the process that I was aware that we were meant to follow was the process to contact the GP.
And that understanding by you, is that an understanding you held until your last shift, namely the 28th of April, namely that if you needed to escalate care on a night shift, that care should be escalated to the resident's GP?
I can't recall what my sort of thought process was. I can recall the instance where I did contact that GP and that was what seemed like the process that we should have followed at the time. I can't recall what process I considered to be the dominant process in the shifts sort of after that.
Coming back to your statement and the first sentence of paragraph 15, which I've already read, namely that Dr. James Branley was also present on a number of occasions that I worked, you've given evidence that your memory now is that was 2 occasions, namely the 12th of April, your first shift, and a board meeting, seeing him in a board meeting with Anglicare.
I think that is...
Object to that, it was a meeting in a boardroom. I'm not sure it was...
Sorry, I'll stand corrected. A night shift where you saw him in a boardroom with Anglicare management.
Yes, I believe so. But as I've said a few times, this is 2 years later and I was working night shifts and, was quite fatigued. So specific dates and specific instances could sort of be different dates or times. I'm not confident in all my sort of specific recollections and times.
Can I ask you, the second sentence that follows on in paragraph 15 is this: I observed him, namely Dr. Branley, providing medical care to the COVID-19 positive residents and guidance to the Anglicare management at Newmarch House. Just breaking that sentence in 2 parts, where you say you observed him providing medical care to the COVID-19 positive residents, can you just describe for us what did he do? What does that mean, providing medical care?
We went to the positive residents' room together on an occasion, and he went in to the resident, and I can't recall if he took did specific clinical assessments or just he's a skilled clinician. Some clinicians don't need to undertake particular tasks to assess a patient. I can't recall what he did, whether he took observations or whether he just reviewed the patient for symptoms of COVID. I can't remember. We then, as I said, both made a phone call together to the family, and I do recall that we did that because it was quite an upsetting conversation, just because of the nature of that resident and how loved she was by her daughters, and they were quite affected just by the situation, and we both were quite upset by that phone call, which is why it sticks in my memory.
So in terms of observing him providing medical care, you just said you can recall an occasion, namely one. Is there any other occasion that you can recall having observed Dr. Brownlee administer or provide, medical care?
So medical care, I think, just in fairness, is a broad term. So, and I think I used that because it can mean lots of different things. And I'm not sure if you're sort of suggesting very practical tasks, or I believe medical care can also involve reviewing someone. So that's why I used that term, which is a bit more general. But that's the instance that I recall.
And I think, as you said, you can't be clear as to whether in fact he took any vital signs. It may have simply been an observation of the patient from a bed, from the end of a bed.
And I can't recall the specifics, to don and doff into the room. We may have been in there slightly one after the other. I don't know if he did things prior to me actually putting on my PPE and going into the room after him.
If I gave you the profile of one resident, namely Maria James, who had terminal cancer, she had an adenocarcinoma, and she came into Newmarch as a palliative patient. Does that refresh your memory as to whether that was the patient that you saw together?
I don't think that was the patient that we saw together.
In terms of you then in your statement to paragraph 15, you say that you observed him to give guidance to the Anglicare management at Newmarch House. Were you ever present or privy to any conversations between Dr. Brownlee and Anglicare management at Newmarch House?
No, I think the instance I'm referring to, I came to that room that they were sitting in, having had quite a busy shift with a resident who passed away, among other things. And I think I was asked to go to that room to whether it was to recall the events of the shift or I'm not entirely sure what the purpose, but I recall someone asking me to go to that room, and I'm quite certain he was in that room when I got there. But everyone was in masks and PPE, so there is.
So in terms of that was your observation, the extent of your observation with respect to his guidance to Anglicare management?
Yes, they were obviously in there having a discussion with each other, yes.
And the last sentence of that paragraph, you say, I participated in bedside reviews with Dr. Brownlee.
And I think I'm referring to that instance that I spoke to just earlier, where we went into the resident's room together and then called the family member.
So is it fair to say then that the way we should read paragraph 15 of your statement, that what you in fact recall with respect to clinical care is that there was a single occasion when you and Dr. Brownlee attended a resident's room, and there was a review of that patient, whether vital signs were taken or not you cannot now recall, but what you do recall is a phone call to family members after that review.
Correct.
So there's no other instance of a bed round, so to speak, or bedside review with Dr. Brownlee?
Not that I can recall myself, no.
Do you have a memory of seeing Dr. Brownlee there on any other day, save for those 2 dates that you've given us evidence on already?
I don't think so, no.
In terms of your understanding of, you've given evidence in your statement that you were aware of paragraph 16 in relation to the different services providing medical care to the COVID positive residents. You say this included GPs.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you firstly, do you have a specific memory of seeing or being told that a GP was in the COVID positive wing while you were on a shift?
No, but remember I was working night shifts to start with, so...
But you were, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay, no, I was on night shift.
And for the day shifts?
I didn't ask. It would be better to speak to staff who worked on the day shift.
So in terms of your actual observation, you didn't in fact observe any GP there during a shift that you worked?
My reference to the GP was that I called the GP because that was the escalation pathway that I was under the impression that I should follow.
And when you called a GP, do you have any memory of any name of a GP that you called?
No.
If I gave you the name Dr. Manaj Dhamataran, would that... Dhammaratan, sorry. Does that refresh your memory at all? Do you recall what the responses back from a GP was when you called them in relation to escalation or queries with respect to care?
I would have provided my concerns or put my concerns to the GP. And if they'd asked for sort of qualifying information or other bits of information, I would have provided that to them. And then being given direction from the GP, if I saw appropriate to follow, if it felt like an appropriate action, I would have actioned what the GP had recommended.
Do you have any recollection of any GP you called informing you to call the Nepean Hospital in the home number or the virtual aged care service?
I can't recall. I do recall making phone calls to Nepean, maybe in the evening on a shift, but I can't recall with certainty circumstances where I called them.
And you go on paragraph 16 after making mention to the GPs, your knowledge as to the infectious diseases team from Nepean Hospital, led by Dr. Brownlee and the hospital in the home team.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any contact with any other member or any other person who informed you that they were part of the hospital in the home team?
I recall seeing what I recall to be registered nurses coming to do swabbing of residents. Whether they were the infectious diseases team or the hospital in the home team, I'm not entirely sure. Like I said, I was on night shifts and I would see people upon leaving in the morning, but interacting with them, those teams wasn't something that a situation that happened for me when I was there.
Did you ever have an understanding that the registered nurses attached to the hospital in the home team were there to assist you in delivering care to the patients, clinical care?
I was there out of hours and they weren't there out of hours. So it's not something I thought about, given that they weren't someone I was directly working with on those, first couple of shifts, which were night shifts, and on the day shifts that happened when I went back. As I said, there was lots of people there from different teams at that stage, and there was a little bit more direction from a management level, but I was given a task to do, which was to sort of work with a nurse who's called Tracy, and we worked we did a ward round of the COVID positive patients on those shifts, and I didn't sort of seek to find out what the other people were specifically doing. The workload was still quite heavy.
Of the 7 shifts, how many do you believe were day shifts?
I think I did 2.
And
maybe one.
Sorry, I didn't.
1 or 2. I think it's 2, but then I thought I worked. That would be right. 4 night shifts, 2 day shifts, and the afternoon shift that I went on Easter Sunday.
And in terms of any contact with the virtual aged care service, did you have any?
Yes, on those day shifts. I can't remember what we were using, a computer or an iPad, but I recall there being virtual telehealth assessments or, liaison, but when we would see the residents and communicating back to that team at Nepean.
Were you involved in any of the telehealth consultations with a resident and the virtual aged care service?
Yes, I recall being in a room because it was either happening on some sort of device, being in there with the residents so that could be facilitated.
And what's your memory as to how often you're involved in a telehealth consult, or with how many residents?
I can't recall how many we did it with.
More than one?
More than one.
More than 10?
That's a hard question to answer because it depends how I was looking after the positive residents, and then it depends on whether the positive residents had, I think if I recall at that stage, there may have been some communication of what ability for that, those outside teams to access the documentation, or maybe it was been shared with them, or the line listing was enhanced. I can't remember. But I think it was where there were concerns with residents. We had more in-depth conversations, and if somebody was stable, I'm not sure whether there was brief communication or if it was, I can't remember. I'm sorry, I can't quite recall how it played out.
What is your memory in relation to the transfer of information with respect to the residents' observations and vital signs?
Look, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they had access to the eye care information, or if someone was relaying some of that information to them, or if it was the line listing that they were working off. But I do recall speaking to either the nurse practitioner or the CNC on and I think maybe the aged care team when we were reviewing residents, and they were reviewing some of their sort of baseline day-to-day issues. It wasn't explicitly residents who had COVID and were deteriorating with COVID. It was sort of day-to-day medical issues for some of those residents too.
And was there somebody physically present with you during those telehealth sessions that you were involved in, from the virtual aged care service, or was that team all virtually located at Nepean?
My experience of them was that they were virtually located, and there was, as I said, on those day shifts, there'd been some sort of increase in the staffing levels, and I worked with another registered nurse called Tracy, and we saw the residents and we would take it in turns. One would go into the room and the other one would complete documentation, and we would do that on resident by resident. And I can't recall if it was at the end of the round that we communicated with the virtual team, or if it was as we went resident by resident where there was things to consider or address. I can't recall.
So just breaking that down, in terms of the telehealth sessions, do you say that one of the two of you nurses who were at Newmarch, one would stay on the door, at the door, outside the door to make a record, and the other would go in? We,
among ourselves, given that there was the families wanting to know how their family member was. We did make an attempt after seeing each resident to then call the family and sort of give them a brief sort of update on what we had done in that, time that we were in the room with the resident. We thought that was the best way to sort of try and address the issues, which were clinically what we needed to do, seeing the residents, but also the communication to the families, which had come up in the prior shifts.
And did I understand your evidence correctly that on some occasions the actual telehealth video consult wasn't going on during that process, but you would simply report back to the virtual aged care service with the information as to observations?
I can't recall how. I recall sort of there being instances where someone was on some sort of video. I can see it in my mind's eye. The person sitting in a room and communicating with them and the resident. But I'm not sure if we also had different sort of communication after the fact where we might have called with some non-urgent concerns, but we still needed some advice from a team about a resident.
And in terms of your visual memory for those occasions when there was someone on the screen in that consult, do you have a memory as to there being a number of people from the virtual aged care team on the screen, or just one clinician?
I think I recall there been 2 clinicians I dealt with, which I said was either a nurse practitioner or a clinical nurse consultant or a specialist in the aged care team, some nurse specialist, a medical person.
And does the name Dr. Kakat ring a bell?
It does.
Is that the person that you believe was, or did you ever meet a Dr. Kakat? Kakat?
I don't personally remember meeting that person. I remember them being a prescriber to me, but that's part of sort of medication administration, is that you make sure there's a prescriber. And I'd seen the name in documentation, if I recall correctly. And so that's why that name's familiar to me.
What about Hayley Carpin, nurse practitioner? Does that name ring a bell, and do you believe you ever met her in person or virtually?
Virtually.
And can I ask you, what did you understand your role and function to be in relation to the care of these residents under that model of the virtual aged care service doing consultations?
That I was the practical, on the ground person, completing the practical tasks, and then acting on the direction of, whether it be the Anglicare management or the medical teams looking after the residents. We were in the facility and they were, providing guidance and support.
In terms of the practical tasks, do you include in that clinical care by way of observing and recording vital signs?
I do, but just to speak to that, which you did raise earlier, the tasks, there was different models and approaches to the way that we looked after the residents based on who showed up for a shift, and tasks could be broken down and delegated to other people as a means to get the task completed. So when you referred to the observations, for example, if there was a carer there, for example, like I said, who could go and complete the tasks, you would ask them to do it. And then they might report back with some observations to you. And it was a matter of trying to get as many tasks done that met the residents' needs. And then sort of trying to just make sure there was some level of documentation for what was happening or the observations that were happening. And then if something was abnormal, as I said to you, trying to action it. But I did want to clarify that from your earlier questioning about what observations were and weren't done, and that it may have been a matter of that's all the person had time to get done, or that there may have been someone else completing those tasks and reporting back with information, and that there may be a lot more to the situations because it was actually being done by another person.
Who did you believe, whose care did you believe the COVID positive residents were under? Did you believe it was a team effort, which included yourself and other nurses and carers and members from the Nepean, or did you believe there was some delineation, clear delineation there?
I felt that it was a collaborative model of care with different experts and different clinicians trying to all work together to manage what was a very tricky situation.
And who did you believe was in charge?
I object. I think in charge of what?
Of each resident who was COVID positive?
I think it should be clarified. In what respect? Is it personal care, medical care? What?
Medical care. Who did you believe was in charge of the medical care of the COVID positive residents in the wing that you worked, in which you worked?
I believed it was a collaborative, in terms of the medical care, I believed it was collaborative, and that it was because these residents were known to their GPs and that they had had care under their GPs and what may have been quite complex sort of care needs. I believed it to be collaborative and that there were different experts working together to manage what was an elderly or mostly elderly population who need the experts of geriatricians and general practitioners, but also there was, an outbreak of an infectious disease, so having infectious diseases input was important, and that it was a collaborative model of care.
Am I right in assuming that when a patient is admitted into a hospital on a hospital ward, there is always a consultant or VMO who is said to be the lead clinician or in charge effectively of that patient? So in ICU, for example, the clinical records will generally show that a particular intensivist or specialist, whether it be cardiothoracic or ED, respiratory, there is a lead clinician.
Yes.
So, and that's routine, isn't it? For any patient admitted into a hospital ward, there is a nominated consultant in charge of that patient.
There is, and there is also a collaborative nature to the way that someone is cared for.
Absolutely. And it requires both nurses, registrars, residents,
Yes,
medical officers.
People do come with multiple issues and comorbidities, and I by no means expect an endocrinologist to take off someone's leg and act as an orthopedic specialist. Equally, so yes, they come in under someone. Usually, their predominant issue is what determines their admitting officer, which is what I think you're referring to. But there's often that no one would claim to, they do respect the expertise of other people, other specialists when there's other issues going on.
But just in terms of as a nurse and your role as a nurse, it may sometimes be the case that matters are raised with who you believe to be the person that the patient is admitted under, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, with the COVID positive residents, did you have any understanding as to, in the hospital in the home model which was being implemented, did you have any understanding as to who was the lead clinician under which these residents or patients were admitted into the hospital in the home model of care at Newmarch?
As in a specific name?
Yes.
I do not know of a specific named person, but as I said, I was there to meet the needs of the residents, and that was my focus, was to go in and try and be present and provide clinical care to the residents. And I think some level of appreciation to the fact that if you could, they by no means, I don't want to phrase this correctly, they weren't seeing people. So how can you go in and, you know, it sounds very reasonable to sort of wonder who and the name of a person. But, you know, if you go into a facility and someone is desperate to see a person and they need care and they have needs that need to be met, that was my focus, was to meet their needs, not to ask the specific name of who might have been the top dog in this sort of instance.
Is it fair to say your focus was on providing clinical care where it was required?
Yes.
And did you also see your role as providing personal care if required?
Yes.
Can I ask you, in relation to, you tell us at paragraph 28 of your statement that where you had, that you recall working with other registered nurses, and that you recall that you were providing advice and guidance to each other with respect to some of the issues that arose in the course of the outbreak.
Mm-hmm.
You recall saying that?
Yes.
In terms of the collaborative approach here between nursing staff, were you asking for advice and guidance from one another with respect to clinical matters, or logistical matters, or administrative matters, or communication issues, or all of the above and more?
I think, yeah, all of the above. I think that would be a fair.
And in terms of the clinical matters, if not asking each other, do I understand your evidence correctly that in your mind at least, if there was a clinical issue that you couldn't resolve through a discussion with another nurse, you would then call the GP?
Yes, escalate it to, you know, the next level. That's sort of, you know, and it might, when I say clinical concern, it might have been, you know, thinking of some residents that are nursed in bed. What is, you know, what do you think the most comfortable position for this resident may be? You know, this resident's confused. You know, could you help me manage this resident? They're wandering through the facility. You know, it could have been as simple as small things like that.
I'd like to ask you some questions now in relation to Schedule 8 drugs, of which morphine is one.
Mm-hmm.
I take it in your role as an intensive care nurse, you're well familiar with the regulations surrounding Schedule 8 drugs?
Correct.
Is it correct that in a hospital setting there are strict protocols with respect to, prior to administering a Schedule 8 drug, having access to a Schedule 8 drug?
There is processes around scheduled drugs, yes.
What are those processes?
Scheduled drugs should be stored under lock and key. They should be documented in a register. They should be checked every 24 hours by 2 registered practitioners. They should be checked by 2 registered practitioners to administer. And then you should have, there should be indication obviously for it. There should be witness discarding of unused S8 medications. And then there's, in terms of the medical legal sort of prescribing, there should be particular elements as well that should be met.
And that is, do you understand, one of the reasons for those strict protocols is because they're drugs, well, they're powerful drugs, firstly.
They're drugs of addiction.
And in terms of the checking, are you saying there's a check register in relation to what the stockpile is, what's been administered, and making sure that that's aligned?
Yes.
Did you see any lock and key situation with respect to the Schedule 8 drugs at Newmarch?
Were they under lock and key? Yes.
Are you certain of that?
I recall that there was a large delivery from a pharmacy of drugs, and they were boxed. I wasn't sure what was in the box. I remember on one occasion going into a medication room, which is locked anyway, to look for something benign and opening, or not opening, but realising that the box that I'd previously not paid any attention to had scheduled medications in it. And they obviously weren't in the sort of designated cupboard, which I recall escalating to the manager who was on site, who I don't think was the manager of Newmarch House. She'd been deployed there from somewhere else, for them to address that.
And subsequently, when you entered the same room, did you see that situation, or did you enter that same room subsequently after having escalated that issue to know whether that issue had been addressed?
I can't recall, because I remember the cupboards being quite full as well, that there was some sort of, there was cupboards and there was quite a significant amount of stock in them. And that I can't recall, but I do recall seeing one of the managers one morning when I was still there, trying to address the drug issue. Like, you know, she was in the medication room that I'm recalling.
Do you recall seeing a register in relation to Schedule 8 drugs?
Yes, there was a register.
And did you administer any Schedule 8 drugs?
Yes, I did.
And when you administered, did you have a second nurse witness that?
Yes.
So do you say that there is a register in existence with respect to that?
Yes, there's, I think, with registers, there would have been a register for each room, medication room. I do recall the workflow around sort of trying to obtain medication sometimes, not been smooth, trying to find where things were, trying to adequately document, trying to find the book. Sometimes in the S8 books, things aren't, if they haven't been entered and then you need to administer them, you're sort of forced to backtrack, and you might start a new page, or you might, to try and acknowledge, you want to acknowledge the administration. So you might have to, if, for example, something hasn't been properly checked, you still want to acknowledge that you're giving something. So you may, sign the book. But I don't know if other staff were signing the book, so that may have sort of resulted in discrepancies in practice. I can't recall.
Did you, were you aware that every COVID positive resident had what was termed as crisis medication prescribed for them once their COVID positive status was known?
It became apparent to me upon, I didn't administer S8 medications there regularly, and initially I didn't. There was no indication or need to. But I do recall, I think when I went to get a medication, realising that there was medications for the residents. But the process that exists for Anglicare, on reflection of how that may have happened, when something is ordered, it's dispensed. That's their pharmacy process. It's electronic to some extent, and that's how it works. So I'm not sure who ordered them all, but the pharmacy dispensing them would have been a product of someone ordering them, which is how they may have came to have been in those medication rooms.
But is your understanding in terms of the usual protocols with Anglicare that they are dispensed into an individual resident's name as compared to a bulk supply as one finds in hospitals?
Yes, to an individual resident.
And do you say that your understanding is that that occurred here at Newmarch during the outbreak also?
I don't know if it was for every COVID positive, but I recall looking when I went to get an S8 that I realised that there were S8s for a number of residents, which were familiar to me, and the residents I was caring for were the COVID positive residents.
And was that a separate and distinct observation to the box of Schedule 8s that you saw in the room?
I didn't go through that box carefully. That was not, it was an incidental finding on my behalf, partway, if not at the end of a shift. And I think, I'm not sure what was on them, but my understanding of the process was that things are dispensed to a resident, not to the facility. There, sometimes Panadol may have been dispensed to the facility, things that could be nurse initiated, but not medications like that.
And in terms of the medication charts that were being utilised, the electronic medication charts at Newmarch, it's correct to say, using it, that the administration of either Schedule 8 being the morphine or of midazolam there was an expectation it would be recorded there?
As I said, there was issues with access to the electronic system. There were physical files as well.
And in terms of where we see entries of missed, are you able to assist us in understanding why a nurse would write missed alongside a medication, whether it was a regular medication or a PRN, as required medication?
A PRN can't be missed. That's a medication you give as required. Usually there's an indication for it. It might be as simple as PRN Panadol for pain. If someone's not in pain, you wouldn't give it to them. It's there just in case if they have a problem. A missed medication would be that someone may have made a clinical judgment to not give something. So in the event that someone's on a drug that lowers their blood pressure and their blood pressure's low, and a nurse had done a blood pressure, acknowledged that, and then realised they're on a low blood pressure lowering medication, they would omit to give that because giving it would obviously compromise the person further. But missed could also include not given, but you would want to be looking at specific medications, and you'd need to understand a lot more about the situation to explain why a medication was missed.
But you say the expression missed really only relates to regular medication and not PRN medication.
Yes.
In terms of, there were a number of residents who had diabetes. Were you aware of that?
I'm aware of residents that had diabetes. The specific residents I couldn't.
And would it be expected to see in the charts anything which corresponds with insulin being given to those residents who had diabetes?
Look, there's a varying level of care in those facilities, in that some residents may self-administer and self-check their own blood glucose. I can't speak to specific residents, but my previous experience is that some residents will do that for themselves, and that if we were working on a normal day, you would have a conversation with that resident and say, did you administer this? And get that information and acknowledge that it was done. But in other instances, residents may need that done for them.
And in terms of residents may need that done for them, if they are no longer able to care for themselves, let's say, for example, they're delusional, or they do not appear to have much cognitive presence, would you expect a nurse to administer their insulin for them?
I object to this. It's the same objection I took before. This witness is a witness of fact. She can be asked about what she did.
I'll rephrase it.
All right.
Did you when you were caring for residents, did you turn your mind to firstly whether or not there was an indication as to them being diabetics and needing insulin?
It's a consideration, yes. As I said to you, the information and our time we were very time poor to a patient having, or a resident, sorry, having diabetes, you would either have needed to sit at the computer and look at their clinical file, or you might be alerted to the fact that they were, based on the fact that they had insulin, you know, as part of their regular medications, which would be indicate to you that they have diabetes. In an ideal situation, you would be able to read someone's file and know their medical history.
And you prefix that within an ideal situation. Do you say that, firstly, this wasn't an ideal situation, the outbreak at Newmarch, in terms of being able to deliver clinical care?
I object to that question.
By you?
This is in a line of country where the witness has said she has no recollection specifically of any patient in relation to diabetes.
Sorry, Ms. Richardson, I just missed the end of what you were saying.
This is in the context where the witness has given evidence she has no recollection of nursing a patient with diabetes. And now the objection has been taken by my learned friend about the level of generality and abstraction. So I reiterate that objection, that it's become more acute in the sense of she has no recollection of nursing a patient with diabetes. And then we've got a hypothetical being put on a hypothetical as to what might happen in relation to a hypothetical non-recalled patient in relation to diabetes in respect of a witness of fact. It could not forensically assist, Your Honour, with that level of abstraction. It should not be put.
All right.
And now it's being put at a high level of generality in terms of clinical care being delivered in respect of a hypothetical patient, but it's being put in a concrete way. So I object.
So the question, Your Honour, the witness gave evidence in relation to questioning as to whether a resident was insulin dependent. Her evidence was that in an ideal situation, you'd have an opportunity to read the clinical records or the file of the resident. It's from that the question put to her was, and this wasn't an ideal situation given it was an outbreak at Newmarch House. That's the context of the question.
But my objection is it's not about context. The specific question was delivered in terms of clinical care that was in fact delivered in the circumstances where the questions are pegged to diabetes and insulin, and this witness has no recollection of nursing such a patient. It's not a fair question to be put at that level of generality in my submission.
But isn't Ms. Cardwell answering it at that level, Ms. Richardson?
How could that be forensic assistance to Your Honour in respect of a patient that she cannot recall, has not been identified, as to clinical care, as to whether or not notes were reviewed, what clinical care was or was provided, where it is completely hypothetical? What is the forensic purpose of that?
I can ask another question, Your Honour.
All right.
I'll withdraw that one. Ms. Cardwell, do you accept from me that it appears from the clinical records that you treated 11 of the 19 patients that passed away, just from an assessment of what's recorded in the records?
If that's what you say, then yes, I left early on. So, I didn't keep sort of a tally of who died, but if that's what you say.
Assuming I'm correct there, and no doubt I will be corrected if I'm not, of those 11 residents, are you able to say which, if any, you had an opportunity to read their Newmarch House file, namely the profile contained in the Newmarch House records and a review of the preceding progress notes prior to your arrival at Newmarch?
In my practice, I try to make an adequate sort of acquire enough information about a person if I've got the time to do so. And what I would like to have read that. I said earlier when I arrived, I often, would hit the ground running and try and see people. And then if there was, if there was something that was concerning or that I felt I need more information on, my process would be to go and try and look at a file to sort of ascertain if there was a reason for something. For example, this person seems confused. What is their cognitive baseline? And then do they have dementia? Yes. And try and ascertain their baseline so that I know what I'm working with. Is this normal for this person, or are they confused? And should I be thinking of other reasons as to why they might be confused?
And do you have a memory? Do you have a visual memory of being able to find the time to review any resident's file in that manner?
There would have been instances where I would have been able to do that because, as I said, I worked for Anglicare, so I could use their computer system. But as I've also said, the workload was large and, there was competing, people were competing for your time and, you were regularly interrupted or pulled to different tasks. And so being able to do that in a pragmatic way, which I would like to do and how I work normally, might not have always been able to be put into practice. But that is how I approach care on, in my practice.
I take it that the other approach you adopted, which is a usual approach for a nurse, was to triage what was critically in need and then work backwards from there when there's limited time and limited staff to assist.
That is correct. There was limited time and, as I've said, there was competing priorities from all different angles and, you are one person, maybe one person with a carer working with you.
I'd like to now, Mrs. Cardwell, take you to some specific clinical records. The first of which is, so that we're not talking in general terms and we can get to some specifics. Firstly, in relation to Shirley Yates, namely volume 9, tab 7, page 53. If I could actually ask you to go to page 52, not 53. But by all means turn over the page. Can you read have you got a copy of the entire page that's legible, Ms. Cardwell? I do. Can you just take a moment to have a look at, you've got in front of you a vital signs chart in relation to Shirley Yates?
Yes, I do.
And if you start on page 53, you'll see there's a date entry of the 20th of April with your name alongside in relation to the recording of vital signs.
What page? 23?
53.
Oh, yes. What time did you say?
There's various times. The first in time is the 19th of April at 11 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Then 20 April. Couple of hours later, just after midnight. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then you've taken observations again at 1:20.
Yes.
And then observations again at 2.
Yes.
Can you just explain in terms of, in the context of the evidence you gave earlier on with respect to the donning and doffing process taking about half an hour, and when you're in the room you might do a series of things.
Mm-hmm.
How do we read the varying times here? Do they represent separate and distinct occasions when you've walked into the room to take these observations? And I should tell you, I'd like you to assume that Miss Yates was obviously COVID positive, that she tested positive, was tested on the 14th, tested positive on the 16th, and passed away in a PN hospital on the 27th, having been transferred out of Newmarch on the 25th of April. So just looking at the entries of the 20th of April, how do we read those in terms of times and dates? Are they automated for start?
I mean, as I said to you, I can't recall, but this looks to be contemporaneous, just based on the times. And the other thing to say is that in some instances, you may have had assistance. So as I said, I might have been working as a pair. And so your sort of reference to the time factor might have been that someone was able to go into the room and someone stay outside the room and sort of acquire the information. But it appears that some observations were done and then repeated. I'm not sure if they were repeated for a purpose or because we would, maybe had enough staff to facilitate more frequent observations. But it appears that there's an observation that looks slightly abnormal and that they were repeated because it was abnormal.
And which observation are you referring to there?
The oxygen saturations, say 92, if you were going off the hospital chart, that would have fallen into a review criteria. However, there was an ability in the eye care system to sort of have different targets for different residents. So I'm not going to speak to the fact that that's a one-size-fits-all number. But in this instance here, looking at that, it looks like the observations have been repeated, and they were repeated again because they maybe were different to the observations taken earlier in the night.
And so this represents, doesn't it, good clinical care with respect to being responsive to a vital sign and then reviewing it after a period of time.
That is the ideal, yes.
And if any nasal prongs or oxygen flow had been delivered, I understand that this vital signs chart has an ability to record that.
I think it did, yes, but it may have also been put into the progress notes if that had been done. I'd always want to see all documentation to sort of say for certain if something had or hadn't been done.
Can I ask you now to go to the page before 52, which chronologically follows? So you'll see there that there are a number of entries made by you on the 23rd of April.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got 3 entries at 5:55. Sorry, 7:55. Oh, sorry, 7:55, there's 2 entries.
Mm-hmm.
You see, if you run along at the second entry at 7:55, there's an oxygen saturation at 88%.
Yes, and I would have been on night shift, so that would have been the end of my shift. So, because that's 7:55 a.m. and you could see that I was working through the night. So my impression is that there'd been, given that resident had had some abnormal sort of results overnight, I could see there was a comment on one that we were unsure about the monitoring, if there'd been I made a sort of a comment about likely a poor trace on the SATS probe, which can result in an incorrect number. But obviously we'd re-reviewed her overnight, and that would have been the end of my shift, and I'd probably made some effort to re-review her and would have handed that over to a day staff member.
So if we look at the entries above, namely the entries of the 24th of April. Do you see the entry made at 9:21 by a care worker?
Yes, I do.
And a saturation level there of 82% is recorded.
I do see that.
And then what we have that follows is roughly at 7:30 p.m. in terms of what's recorded in the vital signs chart. There's a review again which shows that the oxygen saturation levels have improved.
Yes, but I can also see she's on oxygen.
At 6 litres per minute at that point. In terms of an oxygen saturation level, I take it if you had taken that reading, from your position and your clinical skill and acumen, you would have sought to review prior to 7:30 p.m. that evening.
I object to that. Whoever took that is not here, is not being called to give evidence, and that question has inherent criticism in it.
All right.
Well, I've just asked with Ms. Carpen's skill set, what she would do as a response to a reading of 82% on the saturation levels, and whether it would call for a review earlier than 7:30 p.m. that evening.
And that goes back to my earlier objection about the fact that we don't have and have never had a nursing expert of any sort tendered in this case.
Yes, all right.
I also further object because the summary that has been issued by counsel assisting in relation to this patient records that this resident, that her observations were taken at 2:30 that day and that she was maintaining SpO2 of 94%. That's in my learned friend summary at paragraph 56.
Yes, and I'm happy for that. 2:30 p.m. in the progress notes, there's an entry.
All right.
But in terms of the vital signs chart, 2:30 p.m., if we use the time 2:30 p.m., a 9:21 reading at 82%. If you had taken that recording, am I right in assuming that you would have reviewed the patient prior to 2:30 or 7:30 that evening?
I object. My objection hasn't been dealt with yet.
Yes, I understand. Ms. Mahwa?
Sorry, and I had a few running at the same time. Am I right in stating that Mr. Fordham's objection is that this witness isn't being called to speak to the entry or whether or not a review occurred?
I think Mr. Fordham's objection, and he'll tell me if I'm wrong, is that by asking the question contains some inherent criticism in it by asking Ms. Cardwell what she would have done if she had taken the observation at that particular time, Mr. Fordham.
Yeah, and we're moving into qualifying Ms. Cardwell as an expert to criticise either the system or the other nurses in circumstances where there is no nursing expert and never has been.
I also object to the fairness in my submission of not full facts being put to this witness, because my learned friend's summary of the care provided to this resident was not only was she reviewed at 2:30 p.m, she was also reviewed by a VAX practitioner at 2:41 p.m, who looked at the saturation. So the actual concrete fact pattern in respect of this witness was certainly not, as my learned friend originally put it, that she wasn't reviewed till 7 p.m. It's quite wrong. She was reviewed at 2:41 p.m. by a VAX practitioner who specifically addressed the saturation. So we've got a witness of fact being asked to, in effect, criticise another practitioner on the basis of ostensibly a concrete fact situation which doesn't match how this patient was actually reviewed.
Yes, all right.
I'll ask a different question.
Or-
Can I ask you this, Ms. Cardwell, were you given any direction, express direction from Newmarch House to record all vital signs in only one location and a nominated location?
No.
In your dealings with nurses, other nurses that you were working alongside, did you have any discussion with any of the other nurses with respect to making recordings in one location and only one location with respect to vital signs?
No, as I said earlier, we would sometimes divvy up the jobs, which may have included taking observations, to try and make sure people were being seen. People were there just trying to address the residents' needs, and I don't recall there being an explicit conversation about where to document things. Like I said, there was an email I recall about the line listing being done a couple of times a day, being a priority, but nothing more specific that I can recall.
You said in paragraph 29 of your statement that you recall that there were oxygen concentrators at Newmarch House?
There were.
And that in your opinion there was a sufficient amount of oxygen cylinders and concentrators available for any residents who needed it?
I don't recall having to look for one and not been able to find one when I worked there.
So moving back one step, did you look for one at any point in time?
I think I recall going to look for one because I can see where they were kept, but it might have been on task for someone else, because I recall having seen them in a storeroom.
And do you recall the date, whether that was in you were there over a period of 16 days? Do you recall that?
Shift, so it would have been in that first block of shifts that I did.
I'd like you to assume that a registered nurse by the name of Giles wrote a note stating that more thermometers and oxygen saturation equipment was required. Does that accord with your memory as to, that was on the 19th of April, does that accord with your experience at all?
My experience, from my recall, was that in terms of trying to maintain infection control procedures, there was equipment there, but in trying to use certain equipment for residents without COVID and not use that on COVID positive residents and vice versa, having more equipment, that was the desire for more equipment at the facility, was so that we could have adequate equipment for both sort of teams of staff and not have to share that equipment.
I'd like to now just take you to the clinical records of Margaret Sullivan, which are found in tab 8, volume 18, tab 8, page 58. What I'd like you to further assume, Ms Cardwell, is that Margaret Sullivan was diagnosed, had COVID positive on the 18th of April, a negative on the 6th of May, and passed away on the 11th of May. And the document I've taken you to is a handwritten observations. Mm-hmm. Do you recall ever in the time that you were there seeing this type of formatted observations form? Or did you ever fill out a form of a similar nature for observations?
It looks familiar.
And could it be familiar from your work within the Anglicare aged care facilities as compared to looking familiar for the outbreak period of time that you were at Newmarch?
That is possible that's why it is familiar, but I can't say for certain.
In terms of the entry, no observations, do you see that in handwriting at the end?
Yes.
Just noting again that Margaret Sullivan passed away 3 days after that entry there in relation to no obs. Is it the case that when, in your experience as an ICU nurse, is it the case that in the end of stage life period for a patient, that observations will be ceased?
I object to this for the same reason as before.
Yes. Ms. Matwa?
In terms of its generality?
No, I think Mr. Fordham's objecting on the basis that you're seeking to adduce, in effect, opinion expert evidence from a witness of fact. Mr. Fordham?
I also have a separate objection, given this is being put in relation to a specific witness. There are specific facts about this witness from the 6th, which I'd rather not go into in the presence of the witness, which are highly relevant to the question about whether obs would be done or not. It's not fair to do it at this level of abstraction in my submission.
I can do it a different way.
Very well.
Are you familiar with a comfort care plan?
Yes.
Did you ever see any comfort care plan in the residents you cared for? Firstly, the generic document. And I'll bring it up on the screen what the Anglicare generic document looks like. It's Keith Smith, Volume 6, Tab 8. Page 32. And I'd ask you to assume, Ms. Cardwell, that Keith Smith passed away on the 26th of April. Firstly, have you seen, in the time that you worked at Newmarch during the outbreak, do you recognise this standard form?
I recognise this form because I'm familiar with it from working for Anglicare.
Do you have any memory of filling out such a form during the outbreak period that you worked?
No.
When, in your experience, when does one fill out a form such as this?
When a decision has been made to move to prioritising a person's comfort and that the direction of care has changed.
And I see at the bottom of that form it states, adapted from the Liverpool Care Pathway and Brisbane South Palliative Care Collaborative End-of-Life Care Pathway. Is that correct?
I can see that, yes.
So it is a form you use for the end-of-life care. Did you ever fill out, I can't locate a form such as this that appears to have been filled out by you. Do you have any memory of filling out a form such as this?
No, I don't.
That form seems to suggest that the frequency of care needs to be every 2 hours in terms of observations with respect to a variety of symptoms.
I
Object to
object.
this. Off you go.
Well,
This is an Anglicare form in a residence file that Ms. Cardwell cared for.
Yes, I'll just see what, firstly, Ms. Richardson's objection is.
well, we've started this line of questioning by reference to a specific patient. Objection was taken on the basis that there are specific facts to that patient that would be relevant to observations. My learned friend did not put any facts to this witness about that. And now we have a separate comfort care plan being put to this witness and a suggestion in relation to observations, and it's not even clear whether this nurse ever nursed Shirley Yates or a person in relation to which she was filling out this type of form. I also reiterate that this is a witness that has had no sufficient interest letter given to her at any point, and the extent and line of questioning in my submission needs to take into account that she has not been given any sufficient interest letter. And it just suggests that there's some criticism of this witness about observations taken in respect of a patient that's been palliated who hasn't been identified. In my submission, it's not appropriate.
I understand the objection in relation to the first point, but I don't know that we've reached that point yet, Ms Richardson. I think by Counsel Sitting's last question, it only sought to verify what the document itself was stating, and no more than that. So at this stage, I don't think the question is objectionable on that basis. Mr Fordham, you also had an objection?
Well, it's the same line of country I've been traversing now for the last 40 minutes. The learned friend's attempting to qualify this witness, it would seem, to give expert evidence in some way. That document says what it says. Your Honour can read it.
Yes.
A friend can make submissions on it should she wish to. Had she qualified an expert, she might have asked the expert about it, but there isn't one.
Yes. Well, like I said, I don't know that we're in that territory currently. We may have been previously. But as I said, the question that was objected to did, as you say, simply ask Ms Cardwell to confirm what was written on the document itself and no more. So I don't think it's objectionable on that basis, other than it's, I suppose, arguably redundant because the document says what it says.
Correct, but if my learned friend would kindly articulate where she's going with this line of questioning, perhaps we could short-circuit this.
Well, look, I don't know, that might not be the case, but I'm just dealing with the current objection, which I don't think arises, so the question is allowed. Ms Martwa?
I'll rephrase it.
Very well.
Ms Cardwell, I think you've said that you don't have any memory yourself of ever filling out one of these comfort care plans, is that correct?
I don't recall if I did or didn't. The form is familiar to me, having worked for Anglicare. As I've said, the working conditions were very busy and dynamic, and it was also 2 years ago. So I cannot recall, but this is a paper-based form. So if they were available and being used, and there's no sort of copy of that, I can't say for certainty whether I did or didn't fill it out, because I am familiar with the form, having used it working for Anglicare previously. So I don't feel confident answering that question.
Do you have any memory of directing any other nurse or care staff to fill out a comfort care plan in relation to any resident?
I can't recall.
Is the purpose of the comfort care plan to deliver individualised care to a resident in the end of life stages?
Yes.
And I take it that it can then be a trigger as to whether or not morphine or midazolam should be administered to alleviate their suffering.
It can be used to assess that. That's assuming that everyone requires those medications when they are palliated. Some people do not require those medications. The purpose of a form like this, in my experience of using it, is to assess if someone is been adequately cared for at the end of their life. However, you could make assessments of that without a form like this by using your clinical judgment and assessment of a person.
But in the absence of a form such as this, or a record somewhere in a handover with new nursing staff, it's just difficult to know, isn't it, what's transpired in the earlier shift in a proceeding.
I object to that.
If my friend wants to put something specific that this witness did or didn't do, subject to the objection that will come from that end of the table, that's fine, or not, but not to get this witness to make what is obviously comment.
Yes.
I'll ask a different question.
All right.
It's your opinion, isn't it, Ms Cardwell, that unfortunately, because of circumstances that transpired at Newmarch House in the outbreak, the focus on person-centred care was lacking during the outbreak?
I object to that question.
Who?
Ms Richardson?
Well, firstly, I queried the basis of the question, the factual premise of the question. Secondly, I queried the generality of it. It's not fair to this witness to put rolled up the care of many patients over many shifts, to put it in a rolled up way for the reasons I've objected on earlier basis. It's a very unfair question to this witness.
Yes.
I think the word opinion was a dead giveaway.
All right. Yes, Ms. Martin, I think we're re-canvassing the previous territory that Mr. Fordham took objection to.
I do press this question on the basis of paragraph 22 of Ms. Cardwell's first statement or draft statement, which is the basis for the opinion. Your Honour doesn't have that,
No,
but there was a factual basis for that question.
do you have a reference to that paragraph, Ms. Martin?
Your Honour does not have it. You have a signed statement of the 24th of July. Paragraph 22 of Your Honour has, so firstly, in direct response to the objection taken by Ms. Richardson, in terms of an absence of a factual basis, there is a basis for the question, and it's paragraph 22 of an earlier draft and reflections by Ms. Cardwell.
I'm sorry, do you have
Could I just raise a matter with my learned friend, please?
I haven't seen the document, so. Seems like it.
If I can clarify, Your Honour, the basis of my objection is the generality with which that question is put, that there was clinical care being provided to these residents by a multitude of health teams and so on over the 7 shifts that Ms. Cardwell worked, and that it will not be of assistance to Your Honour to put at a level of generality a question about the adequacy of clinical care or not in circumstances where there was an entire multidisciplinary team providing care over time, and that these patients were admitted to Nepean Hospital.
Well,
So putting it to this witness is unfair in my submission.
I understand.
I can rephrase it.
All right.
We'll see if there's... Ms. Cardwell, do you believe that you had the capacity, because of all the circumstances, to deliver person-centred care to each of the residents in your care?
I acknowledge it was hard to do, but I sought to try and deliver person-centred care to the residents that I cared for.
I'm not questioning your intention. My question is, do you believe that you were given the framework within which to fulfil your intentions of patient-centric care?
Can you clarify what you mean by framework?
Support, staffing.
As I've said, the staffing was dynamic, but not without lack of effort. I was privy to Anglicare's attempts to obtain staff. What I will say is that staff who were scheduled to work wherever they were coming from, be it an agency or Anglicare, I don't know, would not show up potentially for shifts, would say they weren't coming back. And anecdotally from some of the staff who said they weren't coming back, that was in part related to the media attention that was being given to Newmarch House and the stress that they were feeling being associated with that outbreak and the coverage it was getting.
And that had an adverse effect? Do you believe that had an adverse effect on your ability to provide care?
I believe it did. I didn't not leave for that reason, but I remember being acutely aware when I would leave the facility that there was media set up outside the facility and that there were drones sent over the facility, which did not make it pleasant to be sort of the fear that you would appear on the news that night, leaving the facility. There would, no clinical staff member takes a death easily, and to have left a shift where someone had died, and it had been a quite confronting experience for me to have left that and to be confronted with cameras opposite the driveway that I was leaving the facility was unpleasant. I was able to sort of work through that myself, but I know anecdotally other staff found it very hard and did say that that was contributed to the fact that they would not be coming back for subsequent shifts.
And in terms of your own intentions, with respect to the first death, namely Raymond Jennings, are you aware of the family's gratitude towards you in relation to the care that you did provide to him?
The family were very upset when we spoke. If I can say, when someone dies, that's a very personal experience, and no healthcare worker would ever want a family to not be with their loved one, and these circumstances meant that that couldn't happen. And in all instances, in my experience, that didn't happen. But we wanted them to be there, so we used phones so that they could speak to their loved ones. But that's a very private experience. So to hear people speaking to their loved ones as they're passing away is not an easy thing to be a part of. And so you're taking that grief on by being part of that situation. So having to navigate what was a very tricky space to work in at the time, dealing with your own concerns about maybe contracting COVID, which was, unknown, and people were getting quite sick. On top of that, having to navigate the fact that the media had an ongoing commentary around the situation, I can see how that would have led staff to not want to come back.
And for you personally, after Raymond Jennings' passing, the following day, it's the case, isn't it, that you sat with one of the residents, namely Ronald Farrell, as he passed away?
Correct.
And you then also followed up with both of those families immediately afterwards to have a conversation with them about their family member.
Correct.
Am I right in assuming that in your role during the outbreak, you were constantly trying to balance providing clinical care, but also communication with families in relation to their family member?
That's correct.
And that took up considerable time and energy?
It did.
And that those communications, which you did see as important, at times took you away from your ability to provide either the clinical care or the personal care that you would have ideally liked to provide.
I object to that question. It's not fair that this nurse has nursed multiple people over multiple shifts to put it at that level of generality. If it's seriously being put to a registered nurse that there's been some failing in clinical care that's been delivered where no sufficient interest letter has been put, it should not be put until such a letter is issued to this witness, and then it should be done with a great degree of particularisation. The premise of that question is that there has been some failure in the delivery of clinical care by a registered nurse because she was dealing with family communication. That is not fair to be put in my submission in the circumstances.
Your Honour, and perhaps the question's been misunderstood or misinterpreted. Ms. Cardwell has given evidence that because of a number of competing factors, including a need to communicate with family, something has to give, in effect. It is not a criticism, it's not intended as a criticism in any way to ask Ms Cardwell a question in relation to equally competing and important factors in her delivery of both clinical and personal care.
Yes.
I press the objection. Listening to this witness's evidence, she has not given evidence that something gave in relation to clinical care at all in respect of any patient. And secondly, it was put as a leading question that there had, in effect, that the thing that had to give was clinical care. That was put as a leading question to this witness.
I'll rephrase
I object to it.
I'm happy to rephrase it.
All right.
I'm happy to rephrase it.
All right. I should probably add that my understanding of the question was not Ms Richardson on the basis that you had suggested, but rather exploration of answers that Ms Cardwell had most recently given regarding the framework which counsel assisting asked her about, and her acknowledgement that the framework within she worked, acknowledging that that had some adverse impact upon her ability to deliver patient-centric care. That's my understanding of the way in which this question is now being, that the topic which this question now seeks to explore.
Well,
That's right, I'll just confirm with Ms Marswell whether that's the case or not.
Well, in my submission, respectfully, the question was put differently, which was that you engaged in a lot of communication with families, and in effect that the thing that had to give because of constraints on time was your clinical care. It's a very serious question to put to a registered health practitioner. It should be done with a level of particularity, which is which patient is it suggested to this witness that there was some shortcoming in clinical care. It cannot be put in a rolled up way in my submission.
All right, I think Ms Marswell indicated she was going to ask a different question, so we might proceed with that.
Ms Cardwell, do you, your intentions were to provide the best clinical care possible?
Yes.
And do you believe that the circumstances as they were allowed you to do that during your 16 days, or the period of 16 days during the outbreak at Newmarch?
The working conditions were hard, and it was a dynamic situation. To speak to that generally is hard. I, as I said to you, tried to stay on when my shifts would finish to try and sort of complete as much work as I could. The patients and the residents are always the focus. That is part of my practice. And what I sought to do was to give them the best care I could in the circumstances I was working.
I have nothing further, Your Honour.
All right, thank you. Just noting the time, I might turn to Mr Fordham and Ms Richardson first and just seek an indication as to whether or not either of you have any questions for Ms Cardwell. Mr Fordham?
No, thank you.
All right. Ms Richardson?
I just have one question which would be very quick.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, in that case then, if you're content to go last, I might inquire with the other legal practitioners whether they have any questions for Ms Cardwell. On the remote connection, Ms Clark, sorry, Ms Cardwell, I'm just asking with the other lawyers whether they might have any other questions for you, if you wouldn't mind just waiting for a moment. Ms Clark, do you have any questions for Ms Cardwell?
No, no questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr Palfrey, any questions?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. And Ms Davidson, do you have any questions for Ms Cardwell?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
All right, thank you. Ms Richardson?
Thank you. Could volume 10, tab 5, please be brought up? And while that's being brought up, Ms Cardwell, you gave evidence earlier today in relation to receiving an email in relation to a patient thanking you for your care of their loved one. That could also be brought up on the screen, please. Sure. I can say the name, can't I? Okay, I will. I'll use the patient's initials because there's a non-publication order over her name. So do you have that in front of you?
I've got a statement of a witness.
Oh, okay. Okay, so if you go to paragraph, what does this say now? I know there's a non-publication order, but in order to assist this witness, I understand I can say the name and indicate there's a non-publication order over her name, which is what has happened earlier today.
And that was can I just indicate that was an error by me? It's initials at all times.
Yes, I think there is a difficulty with even approaching it that way because, as I've been reminded of the live stream of the proceedings.
So I won't refer to the name. It might be difficult for you to remember initials, but is it the email of the family that you were recalling where they sent you an email expressing their thanks for your care of their loved one? The initials
other Anglicare staff.
Pardon?
And other staff that had worked, which they named.
Oh, are you in what tab? So in tab 5, could you go to page 18 down the bottom, please? You see there's two emails and there's one that starts halfway through the page and it's from a particular person to you on the 30th of April at 1931. Do you see that?
What page is it, sorry?
There's 2 pages numbers down the bottom, but the large pagination is page 18 down the bottom.
Page 18, sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
You see there 2 emails, and the one starting in the second half of the page is from the particular person to you on the 30th of April at 1931.
Yes.
And the third line, it says, Dear Emma. Second line, we're all filled with great sorrow at her passing, but we wanted to acknowledge you and the wonderful nurses who took care of Mum in those last days. Emma, we don't think you realise what an amazing support you were to us in those last couple of weeks. And when we first met you that Easter Sunday night, we were comforted by your strength and expertise in your role as carer and supporter of the very sick. Is that the email you're referring to that you received from a family member of the patient CA?
Yes.
Thanking you for your care of their loved one. I also wanted to ask you, you were taken to some clinical notes in relation to Victor Stone. Could the witness please be given volume 13? Oh, sorry, tab 8. Tab 18, please. Sorry, tab 8.
Which volume?
13.
Volume 13, tab 8. And if you could go to the back of that volume, please, Miss Cardwell. And you'll see it's landscape. If you could go to page 129, please.
Yes.
And do you see there, I think it's about the 5th entry from the bottom, there's an entry from you, Emma Cardwell, on the 17th of April, taking observations of Mr. Stone at 3 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the next reference in that particular sheet was on the 19th of April.
Mm-hmm.
See that?
Yes, I do.
And okay, and that's the vital signs chart. That was a chart that my learned friend took you to.
Mm-hmm.
And the suggestion was put that Mr. Stone's observations hadn't been put for 2 days because the next entry was brought to your attention on the 19th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Could you now please turn forward to page 98 in that document? You have page 98?
I do.
And you see at the bottom of that page, about 8 entries from the bottom, there's an entry from you on the 17th of the 4th, that's the 3 a.m. entry. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see in the descriptive column over to the right, we've got a description of observations? Are these in the, what would you call this document? Are these clinical, are these
Progress note.
progress notes? Are they progress notes from iCare?
I think that's what they look like, yes.
And then if you could go on that same page up to the third line entry, we see an entry by, I won't say the practitioner, but we've got a clinical educator doing an entry at 5:46 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
That's on the same day, on the 17th. And you see over on the right-hand side, if you could look at that progress note and tell us whether you see observations having been taken and recorded on the 17th by that person. I'll bring your attention to the last 2 sentences in that narration.
The last 2 sentences.
It's the narration done by the clinical educator at 5:46
Oh, yes, I can see them. Yes.
Do you see there that observations have been taken?
Yes, I do.
And could you go up to the top entry on page 98? We have you making a record the following day on the 18th at 6 a.m.
Yes, I can see that.
Can you go over to the narration? What does that show?
Observations.
That suggests you did observations the following morning.
At 6 a.m, yes.
And then could you go to the previous page, please, on page 97?
Sorry, Ms Richardson, I've just been asked by the court staff whether you might be able to move closer to the microphone.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you.
Do you see page 97 there?
Yes, I do.
And the third entry from the bottom, we've got an RN with the initial, who has the initials SB, doing an entry the following day on the 18th at 4 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And if you go over to the narration, what do you see observations having been done there or not?
There's observations for 4 p.m. on the 18th at the bottom. I can see them, yes.
Thank you. And if you go 2 entries up, we see an entry from you.
Yes.
On the 19th at 2:50 a.m.
Yes.
If you could go over to the narration, what does that suggest happened in terms of observations done of Mr. Stone?
The observations have been done.
Thank you. And in the next entry up, there's an entry from you at 4:30 a.m. If you could look at the narration, what does that suggest happened in respect of observations of Mr. Stone?
The observations have been done.
Thank you. And if you look at the next narration, there's a clinical educator with the initials UA who's done a note on the 19th at 7:57 p.m.
Yes.
What do you see there in terms of the narration and observations?
Observations have been done.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything arising, Ms Martler?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Well, Ms Cardwell, that brings us to the end of your evidence. It's been a long day. Thank you very much for being here today, but you're now welcome to leave the witness box. Thank you.
Thank you.
3. Your Honour, tomorrow's witnesses will be Monica Tucker, the nurse, and then 2 general practitioners, 2 doctors, Dr. Jamali and Dr. Kakat.
Very well. All right. I'll adjourn until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.